Yeah, I got a bunch of emails from people there, yeah.
More horizontal
Okay.
than vertical. I guess what I'm saying is, I don't think it's continual to build something. No, that is definitely correct.
All right, ready? All right, good afternoon, everyone. Is that mic working? Picking me up? Okay. Welcome to the INET Denver. Thanks for coming out and braving the April snows here. We appreciate it. So first, I wanted to talk a little bit about the Colorado chapter of the Internet Society and who we are and who's behind this event here. So our mission is to is to harness the great resources in this region in order to perpetuate the open evolution of the internet for the advancement of human knowledge and communication here in Colorado and around the world. We do that through a number of activities. One of them is putting on events like this. So we welcome you here and we appreciate your attendance. The Internet Society in general kind of lives at the intersection of technology, education, and policy. Right? So in this Venn diagram, right, where they overlap is where the Internet Society plays its biggest role. And of course, Colorado ISOC is the local epicenter for that focus. In particular, we're focused within those areas. Within education, we want to become a pool of experts for local resources, right? So whether it's politicians or policymakers in other capacities or the media or educational events around the state, the members of the Colorado Internet Society should be the go-to resource for internet expertise. And then also educating ourselves, right? As members of the Internet Society, we want to put on events and host events and also produce materials where we can educate ourselves from it to keep up to date on all of the, again, technology and policy matters that are going on around the internet. Within policy, we want to focus on technical internet governance. So again, so far, the majority of the members of the Colorado chapter of the Internet Society are engineers and architects. And so bringing that technical focus and that technical mindset into policy matters is another thing that we try to do to kind of bridge that gap. As part of that, we're an at-large structure within ICANN and participate in several other bodies as the chapter itself to bring that technical expertise into the policymaking world of internet governance. And then, of course, within technology, one of our biggest focuses is on developing access. So we've worked on a couple of small projects to look at alternative access and things like dark nets and alternets to ensure that, in the case of a natural disaster or censorship of a government actor, there are ways around that and ways to keep the internet moving and keep the internet free. With that, jumping into today's agenda, where we're focusing on, obviously, IPv4 exhaustion, coupled again with the North American IPv6 Summit that's going on tomorrow and Friday. We're taking a kind of a look more at the IPv4 side of things and what it looks like to get out of IPv4, what you have to do to sustain IPv4 until you can get out of it, and what that transition looks like. So with that in mind, we're starting off with a recorded talk from Jeff Houston on the state of IPv6, kind of why we're here today, what we're talking about, what is this IPv4 exhaustion thing, and kind of getting us kicked off on some backstory there. And then, of course, since we're here in the ARIN region, ARIN is the American Registry for Internet Numbers, and they're the regional internet registry for most of North America and the Caribbean, all the English-speaking parts. So we're going to have a report from ARIN on IPv4 exhaustion within this region. Then we're going to dive into a workshop on address policy itself. So we're going to look at how to get address resources, right? How do you get IPv4 resources? How do you get IPv6 resources? What does that process look like? Hopefully answer some of your questions as well on those fronts. And then also look at ARIN policy and how to change it, right? The ARIN policy process is open and bottom up, so anyone can come in if you have a problem with the policy. If there's addresses that you absolutely need and can't get for some reason, there's a way to change policy and actually then perhaps get those addresses or whatever the requirement may be. So we're going to talk about that as well. Then we'll take a short break and come back with a panel discussion of the transfer market. So as many of you may be aware, IPv4 address resources are now able to be transferred from one holder to another. And we're going to look at what that process is, how that works today, how that may need to change in the future, and what it actually means for your business to either buy or sell addresses, what you can do to transfer addresses and why you might want to, where the pricing is, how the market looks going forward. Immediately following that, we're going to look at the total cost of ownership of IPv6. So looking at what does it cost to deploy carrier-grade NAT, what does it cost to deploy IPv6, what does it cost to turn off IPv4, and how that all plays into your business and your plans going forward. And then finally, we're going to wrap up just looking at the Internet Society itself, the initiatives and how to get involved in the Internet Society as a global organization. And with that, I'm going to switch over now to Jeff Houston-Stock. Again, he couldn't be here with us today, but he did send us a recorded presentation that I'm going to kick off right now. Jeff Houston, for those of you who don't know, is the chief scientist at APNIC, which is the regional internet registry for the Asia Pacific region. He was instrumental in the development of Australia's internet throughout the last 20, 30 years as the internet grew up in Australia.
Hi, my name's Jeff Houston. I'm sorry I can't make it here this afternoon to be with you in person, but hopefully this slide pack will suffice. So I'll launch straight away. You know, we work in an industry that is undoubtedly one of the most largest and long-standing industries the world has ever seen. The telecommunications industry can date itself back to at least the 1830s with the advent of the wireless telegraph, and then the late 19th century with the telephone, and throughout the entire 20th century where the telephone became one of the largest industries on the planet. In America, at its peak, AT&T employed, I understand, around 500,000 people. So this industry has a remarkably rich history. And most of the time the choices were good, but some of the time their choices were abysmal. No one could ever say that ATM was a good idea, and their concept of broadband delivering to every user a phenomenal 64 kilobits per second could only be described as banging the rocks together. So for such a large industry, it was never really an industry that always made the rocks. And sometimes their choices were really quite abysmal and the surprises were amazing. No one ever thought that SMS was ever going to be anything other than a weird, esoteric way of sending tiny control messages from one telephone operator to another. Oh yeah. And IP itself was a mistake, that really just an experiment that escaped from the lab. It completely took this industry by surprise. So, the internet itself was a surprise. And it was a surprise not only to this sector, but it was, I think, a surprise to everybody. That all of a sudden this combination, this marriage of computing and communications has become a marriage that is truly revolutionary. And fascinatingly, just as we now get into this area of ubiquity of the internet, we're about to blow it up. Because one of the most vital components of the internet, the underlying address space, is running out. We're about used up most of that 32-bit address pool. And that's a massive problem. Of course, nothing I'm telling you is news. Oddly enough, we've known about this problem not just for the last 5 years or the last 10 years, but for basically the last 23 years. Here's a slide pack from August 1990. We didn't use PowerPoint back then. In fact, we couldn't even print on these overhead transparencies. It was all hand done. Isn't it beautiful? But what it does say is it's from Frank Selinsky in August 1990. And what it's saying is, if we continue the way that we're going to run out of addresses. When? Well, we were using classical addresses at the time, so the apocalypse was going to happen sometime in the late 1990s, early 2000s. So, what did we do with this terrible news? Well, at the time, addresses were structured into fixed host and networking parts. Class A, 8 bits of network, 24 bits of host, B, C, etc. And one of the quick band-aids was to just remove that fixed boundary and allow the network part and the host part to be variable. Classless interdomain routing appeared, and it hit the internet in March 1993, as I recall. And all of a sudden, the trajectory of address usage changed dramatically. This slide actually shows the history from the early 1980s, and you saw the advent of the National Science Foundations Network, the NSFNet, and then the pickup by academic and research networks all over the globe. And then you see the advent of cider, where the address consumption started to slow down, and a new trajectory was put in place that gave us, we hoped, just that couple more years that would help. So, now that we'd bought that time, we thought, right, it's time to work on a new protocol, IPv6. How would we transition? Well, depends on what the protocol is going to be like. So we left that comfortably aside and said, you know, we're going to figure that out once we've figured out what the protocol is going to look like. We had a plan. We'd solved the immediate problem. We went to sleep. And for a long while, it just didn't seem to be an urgent problem. Because cider didn't just work, it didn't just buy a couple of years. By the late 1990s, it looked like cider would buy us a future that would span 50 years. That the address consumption levels, even at the height of the internet boom in the year 2000, was such that we were looking at running out in about 2050. We'd all have retired. It wasn't our problem. So all of a sudden we just stopped working on any active transition to V6. We developed the protocol. That was fine. It was ready and waiting when we needed it. And that wasn't today. Oh, how silly we were. Because the boom and bust wasn't really the boom. The boom happened in the mid-2000s. And it was really that transition from those weird analog modems, which were truly inventions of the devil, into ubiquity of DSL. DSL was indeed a transformative technology, and broadband fueled a massive deployment exercise across huge parts of the world, and that in turn gobbled up huge amounts of addresses. But even that wasn't quite enough, because in the mid-2000s we also started the next thing, which was mobiles. And if we had any theory that addresses would last for a long time, the mobile industry said, no, you are completely wrong. We are going to give everybody a mobile with IP. And they started. And all of a sudden, that IPv4 address bank that was going to last for 50 years wasn't. Because all of a sudden, we hit exhaustion. The first signal of that was in February 2011, where all of a sudden IANA was triggered to give out its last address blocks. It was news. It was news because it wasn't expected. This was a surprise. This was a dramatic oops moment. And now when we look at this picture, what we see is that APNIC, dark blue, panicked in early 2011 and went through the equivalent of 7/8s, or 100 million addresses, in a few short months and ran out in April 2011. With the Europeans, there wasn't such panic. I suspect the whole European economic crisis sort of acted against large pools of money, but inevitably they reached their last /8 in September 2012. The AREN trajectory is kind of interesting. It slowed down a lot. In fact, it slowed down in late 2010. But AREN and LACNIC are both well on course to reach their last /8 in mid-2014. And AFRINIC has a somewhat lower trajectory. That's still some time away. So all of a sudden, though, we've run out of addresses. All of a sudden, transition to IPv6 is not a tomorrow problem. It's a today problem. And what we really should worry about now is that this is not just a few people. This is the huge mainstream telecommunications industry. This is the industry that bought you ATM, that bought you ISDN, that thought that frame relay was good enough. This is the industry that was totally taken by surprise with SMS and IP. This is an industry that really looks dumber than it is. Or maybe it is that dumb. How's it going to go with this transition? Do we need to worry about this? one view is that IPv6 will just happen. Addresses get scarce, we can't build any more v4 networks, and exhaustion gets to the right level of intensity. It's all just going to happen. Or maybe not. Let's look a bit closer. You know, when we go back along a fair way, back into the start of the 20th century, what we saw is that the telephone network was composed of wires. Lots of wires. And the real technology at the time was actually building poles tall enough and strong enough to hold all that copper up in the air. Inevitably, that was never going to work. And what we got to was sharing. The one wire was shared amongst multiple users simultaneously through the concept of virtual circuitry. In other words, this whole business of building exchanges that actually did time switching and that pushed multiple conversations into a single wire. What the internet did was move that to a second form of sharing, the idea of packets, where instead of actually trying to put all these conversations simultaneously over the wire, you chopped the conversations up, and each conversation used the entire wire for a very small amount of time. All of a sudden, these networks were not analog frequency controlling networks or even time switching networks. They were computer-based controlled networks. They were packet switch networks. So it all looks rather inevitable. But maybe not. Maybe that inevitability is actually all about cost efficiency. That the new technology actually created opportunities by reducing cost. So in economic terms, we can model this with a supply-demand curve. That where we have the old technology, circuits, then the demand curve and the supply curve are all based around the economics of voice. But IP is very flexible. It can do more things. You can do more than just talk into it. So all of a sudden the demand curve increases in volume. And interestingly, it strips functionality out of the network. So it's cheaper to build larger networks. All of a sudden, the folk running IP have a competitive advantage over the folk doing time switching. This created, if you will, a new set of demand. All that creates, ultimately, is a new equilibrium point in that supply-demand schedule. All of a sudden, everyone's doing IP because it's cheaper, it's more efficient, and that's what people want. So what was inevitability was actually economics. So could we look at the same issue of this transition, that the transition from IPv4 to IPv6 is simply inevitable? So let's zero in on that leap of faith from one protocol to the next. So we have a few options of how to do this. One is what we did back in January 1983. We all turned off NCP, as I recall, and turned on TCP overnight. So what if we all agree, how about tomorrow, to turn off v4 everywhere, all over the planet, and turn on v6, and we'll all do it at midnight GMT, all over the internet, all at once? Yeah, right. The internet is just way too big to even dream about that kind of flag day. That's not an option. So how about parallel transition? We start to slide in IPv6 in parallel with v4, and then as v4 sort of wanes, we gradually pull it out. So the network just doesn't even really notice that there's been this transition from one protocol to the next. Well, for that to work, and work well, you've got to get to the point where everyone runs IP before we run out of v4. We have to start early and finish early. We have to avoid exhaustion. Whoops. It's incredibly difficult for markets to plan without clear price signals. We never priced future scarcity into the internet model. Addresses are still dirt cheap. So that the exploitation model continues to use v6 even though the signals of impending exhaustion were there for 10 years. We hoped that the operators were so smart they'd just ignore the pricing signals and actually understand what risk was all about. Oh, we were wrong. So it's too late for that. So now we have to do this hybrid model of trying to force v4 into some weird address extension model. We're forcing the carriage providers to add address sharing mechanisms deep in the heart of their networks, that NATs are no longer a tool at the edge. NATs are a tool at the middle. Now, from there though, it doesn't stop, because perhaps from there we have to move into an even stronger model of address conservatism and go into the model of application level gateways, where in effect we buffer up the transaction and then spin it out onto the public network in due course. And that leads us to a transition map that looks awfully complicated. That we go from carrier grade NATs and actually trying to use still an end-to-end model into a model which has more dense use of content distribution networks and similar kind of buffering models, and all the way through perhaps even into application level gateways, and relive the hell that was networking in the 1980s, all because we've run out of v4 addresses. The longer it takes to get to this transition, to get to v6, the more convoluted this transition is going to be. So, will we get there? All of a sudden we're asking the industry to undertake large amounts of capital investment in technologies that are really short term. All of a sudden, instead of trying to get a 20-year life out of the silicon, instead of trying to get a 10-year life out of the silicon, if this all goes according to plan, maybe you've got to spend all those millions of dollars for just 5 years. All of a sudden, the capital investment model that carriers use has changed. But has the carrier itself changed? The real question is that once you start investing in carrier-grade NATs, once you start investing in this transition technology, then are your future interests all about preserving the lifetime of the transition and not v6 at all? At what point do you lock yourself into this transition for an indefinite period? And indeed, are we so good at perfecting brokenness that we get to this point in networking where we've built a network that's only the web and nothing else, that everything runs on application level gateways? You go, well, good enough. Who needed this end-to-end junk anyway? That all of a sudden we head off in a completely different trajectory. And if you go, well, that's unlikely. We invented electric cars back in 1910, but we headed off into petrol. We're capable of some very stupid decisions when enough of us get together. So it's not that the right thing will inevitably happen. It's just that something will happen. And sometimes it's very hard to predict. So the problem, as I see it, is that the internet growth isn't stopping. But we've got to fuel it without any more IP addresses. And quite frankly, when we look at the numbers, we're going to see the level of v6 deployment is nowhere near enough to cut over. The demand for addresses while we still had v4 addresses was going at 200 million, rising to 300 million. Here's a plot since 2005. Yet we started running out by 2011, 2012, and we can actually plot the amount blue of addresses we're feeding into the industry. The gap between the red and the blue is the shortfall, the cumulative shortfall. And by next year, 2014, by the end of that year, the shortfall is going to be around 1 billion addresses. So the problem is not getting any easier. And so do you think this would fuel a massive and rapid rise in the deployment of v6? Well, you'd like to think so, but you'd be wrong. Because according to Google stats, only 1.2% of users used v6 to access Google's website. And when we look at a map of the world using a similar test that we've been doing in APNIC over the same period, what we see is some countries have managed to get, breathtakingly, more than 0.6% of their users using v6, but a huge amount of the world isn't. And so this is a very, very patchy transition. In percentage terms, Romania has almost 10% of its population using v6. Luxembourg, well, it's only 500,000 people, 6%. France, Japan, Germany, you can read this as well as I can. And yes, there is the United States of America. the average, 1.2%, is actually picked up by only 10 countries. The other 190 aren't. So even in absolute terms, where we actually look at the estimated number of V6 users, and quite phenomenally, that's 6 million in America, 4.3 million in China, 3 million in Japan. Those are very, very big numbers. But on the other hand, if you look at the number of internet users in those countries, there is still a very, very long way to go. Some countries have heard the message. The United States has certainly heard it and is moving inexorably. It's good news, but if you think about it for a second, that graph spans 2 years. How long will it take to get to 100%? That curve over at the right needs to become a lot more vertical than it is now. Uptake needs to happen much faster. In France, one provider, Free, is running V6, has around 4.85% market share. The others, France Telecom? And what's that drop at the end? China. There's a big switch in China, and when the ICANN meeting was coming on in the April of last week, seems that someone turned on the big switch, let them have V6, and as soon as everyone leaves, it seems the switch gets turned off again. It's a remarkably strange graph, that one. So, overall, it seems that when we look at this, phenomenally, half of the internet's long-haul transit ISPs, the thing that gets you around the country and around the world, 50% of them support V6 transit. It's brilliant. And, Microsoft and Apple and everyone else have done an enormous amount of work in devices. As far as we can see, at least half of the internet's end devices have an active V6 stack. And the rest, well, they run Windows XP. But when we combine those, what we actually find is that around 1% of the users, only 1% use V6. So the problem is in this last mile infrastructure. We've done 2 out of 3, but the access industry is getting very slow. So why do we wait? Why is this taking so long? It seems that, once more, economics is the problem. That we've failed to understand the business dynamics of V6. So what we've got now is a period of considerable uncertainty for this industry, a period where nothing is sure. So what's the question? How long will this transition take? Will it get cheaper? If we deploy CGNs, how long do I need to keep on deploying these CGNs? The questions this industry asks itself are legion, and we're not sure of what the answers are. So where is all this heading? I don't think we can shelve this for decades. We really need to make a decision now. We're either going to squash everything into HTTP, we're going to make a world of carrier-grade NATs and application-level gateways, or we're going to build an end-to-end network. So we need to think very carefully about what we want in a world where silicon isn't going to stop, where content, computation, storage and communications are just abundant and openly available commodities, where a broadband network that delivers gigabits is not just a dream, but a reality. And behind that is basically computation and storage that's appropriate for that kind of scale of communication. That's what we'd like, but it's not yet clear which way market forces are going to lead us. So, if we really want this open platform, how can we achieve that? How can we ensure that the industry maintains a collective focus on V6, that that first 2% is followed by the trailing 98%? How can we make sure we don't get distracted to optimize carrier-grade NATs, application-level gateways, and various band-aids that ensure that we can compress more and more people into fewer and fewer V4 addresses? How can we get through this transition? Or at the very least, how can we make it any worse than it is now? That was a blank slide because it's hard. I really don't know what will work. And, as far as I can see, no one else does either. So, even though I don't know what will work, I'd like to leave you with just 3 thoughts. Firstly, It's not a case of trying to make transition technologies work forever. It's not a case of building a cute map E, map M, map Z. What we want to build ultimately is V6. So if we all are going to do that, we all need to understand what our common interests are. The interests of manufacturers, the interests of content providers, the interests of carriage providers, the interests of last mile access networks. Because we've got this disparate industry that is tugging in every single different direction. Yet what we'd really like to see is where the common interest lies in building a future that remains open, remains neutral, remains accessible and functional as a network, as a communications infrastructure that you can do anything. There's been a lot of talk about address markets and scarcity and the issues of hoarding and pricing. It's true. Addresses are there to achieve networking. Scarcity generates pain and uncertainty, and hoarding just exacerbates that. So address markets should really be avoided, but on the other hand, I'm not sure how we avoid them. So the best I can say is build the market openly. Closed and opaque address markets create information models that are asymmetric. It encourages speculation and hoarding and exacerbates the problem. So if we want to get through this transition, try and make sure that markets operate as openly as possible and as efficiently as possible. And I've also seen a huge amount of work trying to delay this problem, trying to delay the point at which we actually get into address exhaustion. Bring it on. Because the longer we take in transition, the more we forget about the fact that transition is purely temporary, the more we forget about the fact that IPv6 truly is the objective. Because quite frankly, if we get this wrong, the network won't stop. If we get this wrong, we'll just rebuild that old stifling, vertically bundled carriage monopoly. We will rebuild the old AT&Ts of the past. We will rebuild a network that was only good for just one thing and only one thing. We can do that. We're good at exhaustion. We've stuffed things up in civilizations across millennia. I just hope we don't do it for the internet. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. And a big hand for Jeff. So next up, we have John Curran, who's the president and CEO of ARIN, has been involved with ARIN since its very inception, and he's going to tell us about IPv4 exhaustion here in our region, and specifically at ARIN. Yep, thanks, John. You should reset to...
It's all good. I actually never liked following Jeff Houston because he's an entertaining speaker and he's always insightful. It does seem a little relieved to follow him when he's electronic, though. And so hopefully I will be equally as entertaining and as exciting as Jeff is. A lot of you have seen this. There's nothing new, but I want to put us all on the same page for the discussions that will take place today. So let's see, what do we know? History of the Internet Protocol, IPv4, 32 bits, 4.3 billion addresses. It's what the Internet built its success upon. It's been standardized since 1978, and it's allocated based on need. There was a central pool, and as organizations needed it, they asked and got address space issued. IPv6, as Jeff said, Frank Katzenholz and Frank Solinsky put together some forecasts in 1990 at the Address Limitation Working Group, the AIL working group of the IETF. And I was part of that working group, and it was very scary looking at slides that said we were going to run out between 2010 and 2017, which was what the range of estimates were. That led to the IPNG working group, led to 6 or 7 proposals, all of which competed with one another. A very exciting time. We had the typical things that happen in competitions where you had some of the competitors merge teams. There was fratricide as one proposal killed another. It was a good time. There's a wonderful set of stories there to be read by people. But the fact is, at the end of the day, we came up with a new IPNG protocol. And the new IPNG protocol, what we now call IPv6, is supposed to be a simple extension of what we did with IPv4, only with 128-bit addresses. There are some other improvements, we all know that. We've talked about them at length, but there are things like built-in security, things that we were working on as enhancements to IPv4 became part of the IPv6 spec. The fact of the matter is that the main important point is 128-bit addresses, giving us 340 undecillion, 340 trillion universes with a trillion networks in every universe with a trillion devices on every network. Plenty of numbers. It's very difficult to run out of IPv6 addresses. We would have to really push the limits of human stupidity to do so. So I'm hoping that we are only going to go through this transition once. Fact is, it's been standardized since 1999. So we're now, coming up on year 13, 14, since we have an IPv6 protocol that people can deploy. The operating system vendors, your laptop builders, your server builders, all put v6 in their stacks. In 2002 and 2003, I couldn't find a vendor who didn't have an operating system software load that supported v6. Some of them weren't standard, some of them you had to work at, but the fact is, this isn't all that new. And in fact, even the router vendors got on board and made it part of their standard loads. So people have had the ability to deploy v6 easily for more than 10 years now, but they don't, or they haven't. It's a slow deployment problem. We'll talk a little bit about that, but the fact is that we built a wonderful protocol. We just left out any reason to deploy it. I wrote an RFC, RFC 1669, which said we don't really have a market solution for IPv6. We know we want it. We know everyone will want it at some point. But the deployment model is predicated on people realizing that years before the problem actually occurs. And that may not be good, because something called NAT is coming. And NAT will get in the way of v6 deployment. This is in August of 1994. You can go look up RFC 1669. Fact is that that's what happened. We have a problem in that the incentive for when you want to deploy IPv6 really only appears for most people when they've run out of v4. And even at that point, because v6 isn't a good substitute for v4, things are problematic. So we have a bit of a challenge. We let the IETF build the marketing model, and the IETF is a bunch of engineers, and their marketing model is as good as you'd expect. So we have a challenge with v6 deployment. So what happened in the meantime? As Jeff said, while we were busy working towards this, we ran out. February 2011, that's the IANA giving out the last of the addresses. The guy who's off to the right because his belly's in the way, that's me. And we're all getting our last /8 address block. That last /8 address block is 16 million addresses. As we noted, some of the RIRs went through that very quickly. In a matter of weeks, AP-NIC had gone through the addresses they received in the final allocation. This is what it looks like historically as we run out of addresses. Now the fact is there's the same number of IP addresses today as there is in 1978. We're not really running out. These aren't destroyed. They're not consumed by use. They're just allocated. They're out there. And in some cases, they're out there, but they're unused. They got allocated in the earliest days, and someone may not have been able to, at that time before CIDR, they may have gotten a very large address block and have no use for it. That's a little bit of the problem, but when you look at the run rate here, those are in /8 equivalents, and you can see in any given year, we went through a lot of them. Choose 08. That was probably a small one, 3 or 4 /8s. 09, you can see we went through 6 of them. 2010, well, we went through 22 of them in 2010. So even if you run out there and got a lot of the address space that's unused back into play, I have to tell you folks, it doesn't actually permanently move the needle. It's a delay of game at best. So in this aspect, people are right. We can use the addresses we have out there better. That's a big part of the transfer market discussion. But it may not actually change the problem. Long term, 4.3 billion is very small number of addresses for a planet with 7 billion people, all of which want a mobile phone and a home connection and a computer at work. So it's just 4.3 billion is small. What do we have? Well, this morning we have 2.4/8s in inventory, 2.45, which is about 40 million IP addresses. We are going through them rapidly. You can look every morning. It's updated on our website. I would expect, I'm not one to argue with Jeff Houston, the prognosticator of IP address depletion. He says we're going to run out sometime in about a year, maybe next summer. That's good enough for me. I believe we're going to run out. It is true in the Aaron region, however, that things have slowed down, and he pointed that out. In the Aaron region, people have gotten a little more efficient with their usage of addresses. A lot of people have cleaned up their records, and so as a result, we're not seeing the draw going quite as quickly. We do have a countdown plan to make sure as we get towards run out, people are well informed. I want to talk about IPv4 requests. Pretty steady. These are requests for address space. The IPv4 assignments are in blue, light blue, and the IPv4 allocations are in dark blue. And they were steady throughout last year. So it's not like people aren't asking, they're still asking for addresses. If you look at actual space issued in terms of equivalence of space, so this is /24 equivalents, 256 addresses, you can see we do occasionally get a surge when a party comes in. Again, the light blue is assignments and the dark blue is allocations. So yeah, most of the space goes to ISPs. And occasionally when a large ISP comes in, a lot of space can go out the door. That's why forecasting this can be so hard. The top 20 or so ISPs, it's very hard to know when they'll come in and look for additional space, but when they do, it's because they've used the blocks allocated to them. So I say next summer, but if things suddenly surged, it could be a lot sooner. Not easy to predict. So we all know V6 is the answer. It's the one we have to get to. We are seeing growth in IPv6 in the region. So this is IPv6 allocations and assignments again, allocations in black and assignments to end users in light blue. And you can see they surged up to 2011. 2011 was the runout event. We had a lot of press in 2011. It was globally, when the IANA ran out of its free pool, the central free pool, it was recognized globally there were 3,000 articles in the 2 weeks following the depletion event that we held at the Aaron meeting in Miami. That's a lot of press, and a lot of people requested addresses. And then it dropped off, which was surprising to all of us, but it dropped off. Requests for V6 peaked in 2011 because people knew about this, and everyone figured, oh, I better go get my V6 address. Don't want to get that before it runs out. Not that that was going to happen, but people were motivated to go get that V6 address. And so, but it faded over time. And in fact, if we go and look, IPv4 versus IPv6, in the region, we have about 4,400 members, or 43 ISP subscriber members. We have about 2,000, roughly, that we recognize as having IPv6. And that means a lot of them don't have IPv6. They haven't requested an IPv6 allocation. This graph's actually really interesting. So this is just the ISPs. And you can see the ones that are IPv4 only, and you can see the ones that are IPv4 and IPv6. IPv4 and IPv6 is in orange. And it's growing. But you actually can see the taper. It's growing and flattening. Right now, I guess Tony could do a best fit regression analysis and tell me, but I will tell you with my eye, that tells me we don't cross in the near future. We cross a lot further out than I thought, like 4 or 5 years. Whereas if you looked at the rate these are quarters. If you looked at the rate going back a year and a half ago, you looked at 2011 rate, you'd think by 2013 half of the ISPs had V6. No, it could be another 2 or 3 years. So we had excitement, and it's fading. That's a little problematic, and something we probably need to talk about. So there have been some things Internet Society should be commended for its efforts. Certainly, the Internet Society has done 2 major events, the World IPv6 Day and the World IPv6 Launch Day in 2011 and 12. One was a one-day trial where ISPs and websites turned on V6 for 24 hours, or maybe longer if they wanted. And then the other one was Launch, where it was turned on permanently. A very exciting event, and has definitely enabled IPv6 adoption, because you know that a very large number of organizations, 3,000 plus websites, including a significant percentage of the top websites, have turned on V6 for their content and left it on. That's awesome. But the reality is that being able to get to 20% or 30% or 40% of the content doesn't matter if you can't get to the other 50. And so IPv6 isn't a substitute yet for IPv4. So we tell people they need an IPv6 plan. I do a lot of talking about this. I've done, well, last year I did 50 some odd events and speaking engagements. This year I'll probably do a similar number. And sometimes it's amazing. We talk to people, we say this is going on, and people say, yeah, I know what's going on. I'm waiting for someone to tell me go. Okay? Well, I'm telling you, go. The problem we have is that it's very difficult to discern a business driver for IPv6. About 3 weeks ago in the Wall Street Journal, Deloitte Consulting had an article. I was the byline on the article. And it explained the fact that if you want something connected to the internet, at some point it has to be both V4 and V6, because the internet is both V4 and V6. Now the reality is that every ISP connects up every one of their customers and makes sure they have connectivity to V4 sites. You can't be an ISP and not provide IPv4 connectivity. So every website that's reachable via V4 thinks, I'm good enough. There's no one selling IPv6 only as a viable internet solution, okay? Not standalone. Now, that's really the problem. That's what we need to overcome, because at some point, people have to realize, yes, I need to have my website be bilingual. My content on the internet has to have both V4 and V6, because that unsung ISP, as people know, there's in some fields, there's things like tombs of the unknown soldier. We don't know who he was, but he gave it all for his country. The ISP who says, I'm connecting people up to the internet with V6 only, and I'm going to be in business a year from now, okay? That unsung hero will drive a lot of websites to connect their content up with V6. Mind you, that's a brave soul right now, because by bits, well, by websites, it may only be 10% of the websites are connected. Exact numbers depend on what you want to measure. Alexa, Alexa 1,000, Alexa 100. By bits, if you have a heavily consumer base and they spend all day on Facebook, it could be pretty good, but it's still only going to be 40 or 50% of that customer's bits. So we have this problem. You can't use V6 as a substitute for V4, and because no one's using V6 as a substitute for V4, content sites don't have to turn on V6. Very difficult situation. Aaron goes out there and tells people, you need to deploy V6 anyway, okay? If you're an ISP, you need to deploy it because at some point you're going to run out of V4. You may be able to go to the market for a while, but you're probably not going to be able to do that forever. So you need an answer. But for the consumers, for the content providers, it's a lot harder job to sell. We spend our time talking about it, but at the end of the day, we tell them, you need to have V6 connectivity for your content, because we don't know when that first ISP is going to use V6 only. How do you get started? Dual stack your networks. It's actually not hard. The amazing part about this is it's technically easy. I went to a wireless ISP conference. There are thousands of wireless ISPs. I went to a wireless ISP conference, and these are the people who provide your connectivity when you're in a town square or a hotel or a coffee shop and you connect to the internet, you use their service. A lot of names you probably haven't heard, maybe some you have, you see them in airports. Very few of them are IPv6 enabled. And we had a discussion about this just a couple weeks ago, and one of them got up and said, oh, I turned it on. It wasn't hard. I turned it on for all my access points in all of my cities. I turned it on for our infrastructure. I turned it on for the web interception that we use to get the login and get your credit card, and it all works. It's not hard. It just took doing it. I had others in the room who stood up and said, no, we figured out it's a multi-year project that involves tens of thousands of dollars and consultants, and it's a nightmare, okay? That's the problem we have. The problem we have is that some people perceive this as a huge problem. It actually isn't. If you're a networking engineer, the concepts you have not changed significantly, V4 to V6. So, dual stack your networks. Make your servers reachable via both V4 and V6. If you have a website on the internet and it's not connected via V6, it's not fully on the internet. I don't know why you go through a lot of money to connect, put an application on the internet and then not actually put it fully on the internet. But a lot of people do. If you're not a backbone, talk to your upstream about their IPv6 services. You want access to the entire internet. And you might get that from different providers. You might get it from the same provider. You might get it over one pipe. You might get it over two. Your choice. And a lot of transition technologies available. That's something I'm going to opt out of, but I'll just tell you, it seems that every time I turn around, there's 2 or 3 more transition technologies to look at because we didn't build this into the answer on day one. Okay, what can governments do? What else can you do? Audit your equipment. That's important. Know what doesn't support V6 so that when you buy something, you're not buying something that's going to be obsolete shortly. Encourage vendors to support V6. This is pretty important. I'm going to talk more about this, not in this slide deck, but at another time, maybe on the panel. But the fact of the matter is that we have to tell people to support V6, and that the best way for us to do that is as a customer. Nothing motivates someone more than saying, I'm not going to buy your service because I can't use it over IPv6. What can the government do? Well, actually, a lot of people say, when are they going to regulate this? When are they going to regulate IPv6 and mandate it? Never had Aaron members stand up and say, John, I want the government to regulate the internet. I have had them stand up and say, I want the government not to regulate the internet. But the other way around doesn't come very commonly. And in fact, our activities with government have been focused predominantly as government as a buyer of IT services. U.S. government spends $63 billion every year on IT services. It doesn't take diverting much of that to IPv6 to create a powerful motivation for people to deploy it. Same with Canada. The Canadian Minister of the Interior announced that they are going to turn on their websites with IPv6. U.S. government has an official declaration, and in fact, the irony now is if you go to NIST, to their IPv6 progress tracker, where they track websites that are V6 enabled, they track vendors, they track universities, and then they track government websites. As a percentage, the government websites are doing better than the commercial vendors and the universities. So the gauntlet's been thrown. The U.S. government is making progress in deploying IPv6 across its websites. Okay, and that's that slide. It was an official memorandum issued 2 years ago by the U.S. government, and it's making progress. Your checklist I kind of already hit: address space, connectivity. Do an inventory, know what your tools and operating system software and tools are. Do your router, firewall, and other hardware upgrades. Make sure your vendors know you require support. Training, there's a number of great training resources online. Some of them are free. There's a number of great people out there who will do training. And get involved with Aaron. We manage the IP address space for the region. So if you're interested in how that gets managed and the policies that are used, there's a whole policy process and you can get involved. You can get involved in person. We also have open discussion, a lot of discussion, enormous amounts of discussion on a number of mailing lists that you can join, and you can actually participate in the development of these policies. A lot of references. Aaron, getipv6.info is our wiki, which is you can go upload presentations you've done, any lessons learned, deployment plans. The Internet Society Deploy 360 project is a wonderful resource. NANOG there's always presentations about V6. And then the folks at DREN, which is the US DoD research network, have a lot of IPv6 information in their knowledge base. That's it. That's all I have. Thank you for having me, and hopefully that's a good status of where we are with IPv4 depletion in the region. Questions? No? Yes?
When you guys get down to your last /8, are you going to start changing your policy?
The question is, when Aaron gets down to its last /8, will it start changing its policies? So we actually have a policy that requires us to, not policy, but an operational practice that states how we're going to process requests. And we will be more careful as we get towards the end to make sure that those last addresses are allocated to a party correctly and that it's been reviewed sufficiently. But the policies themselves don't change. Now, in the other regions, they have actually reserved address space in the final /8, their final /8 block, for particular policies, set aside so that any party can come and get one final SIP of IP addresses. We have not adopted a policy like that in the Aaron region. It's been discussed. It's been felt it isn't needed. Owen?
We do actually have two policies, each of which is for /10, one for critical infrastructure and one for transitional technology.
Right. Then we have reserves that are not general purpose, which would apply for our transition technologies to get to V6 and also for our critical infrastructure pool. But for the average party coming in when we're below /8 that's looking for addresses, it's not as if we're setting aside them. We'll be going through that final /8 at the same rate as we do presently.
With the exception of those two towns.
With exception of the two reserves, right. Other questions? Yes?
When someone requests an IP6 address, are they going to turn in their IP4 addresses to you?
No, you do not have to turn in your IPv4 addresses to us. So the question is, when you get an IPv6 address issued to you, do you need to turn in your IPv4 addresses? No. You can get an IPv6 prefix, and the IPv6 prefix, in the past, we would look up the fee you had to pay, Aaron, for the V4 and the fee you had to pay for the V6, and we'd have you pay the larger of the two, okay? This meant that, amongst other things, it got very interesting. A lot of times, because the categories for V6 were so large, getting V6 required paying more. We actually are changing the fee schedule. There's a pending fee schedule, which will take effect on July 1st. It's going to be discussed next week at our Aaron meeting. And it provides a category that allows a certain amount of V4 and a certain amount of V6. So for every size ISP, there's a matching V4 and V6 level. You can get up to that amount of V6 space. You maintain your V4 space. You don't pay any more. If you get more V6, like if you're extra small and you end up getting enough V6 space to make you small or large in our measurements, then you'd pay more. But effectively, every ISP can have a V4 and a V6 block. They pay one fee, and it covers a limit in both categories. Does that help? Okay. Yes?
How do you see the whole swath of internet modernization,
Internet modernization.
which I characterize as broadband, wireless broadband, mobility,
Sure.
virtualization, cloud computing,
So,
and IPv6 and how that's impacting convergence with critical infrastructure?
so it's interesting. We have the question is, how does the rapid technology changes in the internet interact with the IPv6 deployment? And it's interesting. It's a very interesting problem. There are some cases where these technologies are going to actually drive V6 because they have no choice. So, for example, you just look at low-pan and sensor networks. All you need to do is start playing with 1 million sensors running somewhere, and you're going to be using IPv6. There's no choice. But in a lot of cases, the technologies that are going on, the people doing cloud computing, the people doing virtualization going on, the huge amount of activity going on with respect to content and virtual servers, are using v4 because they still only need one IP address to get that server online. And one IP address for a server is pretty easy. So the problem we have is that there are actually from some very large providers, for example, in the cloud industry, who didn't support IPv6 until last year. There's one that doesn't support it even now, so if you put your application up, you can't get a public IPv6 address, or you have to get it manually by going to their network operations center. So the people doing all the innovation are innovating, and the internet to them is a given. And this v4 and v6 is just infrastructure. It's a detail in deployment. I've been to a number of conferences in the Bay Area. I've been to conferences of sort of the next generation digital crowd, and they all talk about everything they're going to do over the web and everything that they're going to do over the internet and all the great changes coming. And I ask, I'm sorry, do you actually have enough numbers for that? And it's an unknown to them. It's a detail that gets handled in deployment. So I don't think, with the exception of the sensor community, I don't think any of that's actually going to drive v6, because the decision to consciously use a different protocol is an implementation decision made 4 layers down. Now, someone is going to make a decision to start rolling out services with v6 consciously, okay? And I know that will happen. You'll end up with someone who turns around and says, I'm going to deploy a cloud solution in a private environment. But if you're doing anything over the public internet right now, you still can't rely on the fact that your customer can access a v6 resource. So it's not yet reproducible. At the end of the day, some technologies are going to drive v6, like the sensor community, but the vast majority of it isn't a driving force. It's actually still trapped on v4, and it's going to remain trapped.
So I would say that FCC National Broadband Plan, Department of Commerce, NTIA FirstNet, and public safety, not a private sector.
Sure.
That growth is tied to mobility, and that will.
So there are a number of initiatives. So the FirstNet, which is the new FirstNet responder network in the United States, the work being done in Canada on their 911 rebuild. In the US, the work being done on smart power grid are all going to be private internet-based communities that will make use of v6. They may not have any impact for years, however, on ISPs actually deploying v6 solutions, because they are closed community, and they can be done by one service provider in a private community. It's not a force felt by ISPs everywhere.
Locally, domestically, I'll say,
Yep.
telecommunications is the second critical requirement for emergency management.
Right.
And that ties directly to public safety and FirstNet.
Right. Yeah, and as I said, it could create some ripples, but it's not the type of thing. It's much like the U.S. government's requirement. In 2003, the U.S. government said, we'll only deploy equipment that is IPv6 capable. In 2008 and 9, they actually are required to verify IPv6 connectivity to another U.S. government agency over their ISPs. You would think this means every ISP serving the federal government would have to have v6 services. In 2010, 2 of the ISPs on the federal contract still didn't support IPv6. So the fact that it's mandated doesn't assure that it makes it into an ISP deployment plan. Okay, I can take one more question before I go over. Yes, Mr. Richard Jimerson.
John, you had mentioned the policy process, how the committee comes together, makes its policies. Do you have to be a member of ARIN to participate in that process? And if no, who can?
Anyone can participate in the process. You don't have to be a member of Aaron. So everyone can participate both in the online forums, and they can participate remotely when we have a meeting, and we actually do these with remote broadcast and remote participation, including asking questions and being counted in the show of support. The policy process is open to the entire community. It is not just the members. And so we'll talk a little bit about that when we talk about the policy process next. Excellent transition. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, John. And yes, and next up, we're going to dive into our ARIN policy workshop. We're going to look at what the policies are in ARIN with regard to obtaining IPv4 and IPv6 addresses, as well as what the process for changing that policy is. So I'm going to introduce Owen DeLong and Einar Bolin. Owen is the IPv6 evangelist for Hurricane Electric, and Einar is the senior policy analyst at ARIN. Owen's also on the ARIN Advisory Council, so both experts in ARIN policy. And also, when I'm looking for the slides here, I failed to mention at the very beginning, there is a Wi-Fi access point up that's open. It's the NA IPv6, and it then says CenturyLink in it. That should be an open access point that you can access to connect to the internet. What are your slides called? Maybe I didn't save them. None of those are them, right?
No.
Okay. I think I probably failed to. I sent them to Paul and didn't save them on my laptop.
Okay.
Let's see what happens here.
I don't have them on me.
No worries. I will find them.
It's the first time I've been in a situation where it's colder on stage than the enemies.
What was the name of the access point again?
It's NA IPv6 dash CenturyLink dash something. Dash dual. And it may not be working because I can't get on. You know where I think I have them is in. Do you know what it was called? The deck.
Aaron PDP and
There we go.
B4B6.
That'll work. It's still in my cache.
Cool.
Make sure this works. There we go. All right, sorry about the wait, guys. Without further ado, I'll hand it over to Einar and Owen for the PDP look.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chris, and the Colorado chapter of ISOC for inviting us here and hosting this meeting. My name's Einar Bolin. I'm the policy analyst at ARIN, and co-hosting and presenting with me is Owen DeLong, as Chris said. So we're going to talk about the policy development process first. And the reason we're going to talk about the policy development process is it's because that's where all the V4, V6, and number policies come from. And it's actually what sustains and maintains those policies. If we skip over the process, then you start to think that policies perhaps carved in stone, which isn't the case. Policies have changed over time, and they can continue to be changed. So if there's something that you see today or in the future, or somebody comes to you and says, this policy at ARIN stinks, you guys can tell them that they can try to change that policy. So at a high level, we're going to talk about the process, V4 policy and transfers, V6 policy evolution, and V6 policy itself. So the policies that we're talking about are ARIN number resource policies. These are the policies that the policy process can change or create or get rid of. They're all contained in a document called the policy manual. And this manual's on the ARIN website. It's got all of ARIN's number policy. It's got a change log, so it's got all of the versions of the policy manual back through time. And these are the types of policies that are contained in that manual. V4 policy, V6, autonomous system number policy, policies about directory services or WHOIS, policies about reverse DNS, transfers, experimental assignments, and resource reviews. So the process itself is of course, on the ARIN website. There's a flow chart to help people that like to see things visually. There's a simple little template that is to be used to fill in and officially kick off or submit a proposal. There's an archive of the process because the process itself has been refined over time. And there's a special section on petitions, which I'll get into in a minute. These are the principles of the process. It's open, as we just heard. Anyone can participate. You don't have to be a member of ARIN. All you need is an email address and the time or the wherewithal to go ahead and participate. You don't have to be a member to attend ARIN meetings. You don't even have to attend in person. We webcast the meetings, and we provide the means for people to submit questions and comment on things remotely. You can watch the webcast, log into Jabber, and participate almost as if you're there. The second principle there is transparency. Everything's documented. Some organizations hide their processes, don't make their documents available for free. Everything at ARIN is on our website. You can even see all of the previous meetings. We archive the webcasts. So you can find everything on the ARIN site. And it's bottom up. Some people think that ARIN staff comes up with number policy and forces it upon people, the community, but that's not the case. We implement policy that the community tells us to do. So there's some identifiable roles in the policy process. The first one's the community submits proposals and does the bulk of the discussion. And the discussion feeds into this body called the Advisory Council, which is a 15-member body. They're elected volunteers. We actually have 3 of them in the room today. Chris, Owen, and then David Farmer in the back of the room there. And they're tasked by the process to take proposals, work with the author, make sure they get a clear problem statement, and develop policy that is fair and impartial, technically sound, and supported by the community. The ARIN board has a role in the policy process. Inherently, the board has a corporate fiduciary role. They're responsible for ARIN, the organization. But in the process, they tasked themselves with making sure that the policy process is properly followed. And ultimately, they recommend policies they adopt policies that are recommended to them by the AC. And then the board tells staff to implement the policies. And finally, when staff implements policies, sometimes things are revealed or found out that were unexpected, and we report those things, and as you can imagine, the cycle just circles around. Here are the basic steps from submitting a proposal to implementation. If someone has an idea to change a policy or create a new one or get rid of one, you can submit a proposal. And the advisory council takes that proposal and works with the author to make a clear problem statement and good suggested policy text. And if when that work is finished, the advisory council puts a thing called a draft policy on the public policy mailing list for discussion by the community. And these items, 3 and 4, are the real core of the process. This is the discussion. This is the discussion that the community does to say whether or not this is a good idea. They provide feedback about how to revise or refine the text, and it's really the core part of the process. The advisory council at this point has a really big decision to make. Should we continue to work on this thing, or should we get rid of it? And if it's moving forward, the AC continues to work on the text until they get something that they can recommend be adopted. That thing is discussed on the list, goes to a meeting, and is normally sent to last call, given to the board, and if the board adopts it, then staff implements. That's pretty quick, but that's it from a suggestion to a policy. If you want to see exactly all of the minutia of how this process works, like I said before, the process is on the website. But this is it in a nutshell. The Advisory Council has a pretty powerful role in this process, and to balance that, there's a thing called a petition process within the PDP. So if someone thinks that the Advisory Council is causing a delay, they're not advancing something quickly enough, or if the AC has abandoned something and you think that that's a mistake, you can try to either resurrect something if it's been abandoned, or push something forward if you think it's been delayed. And there's some criteria for petitions. There have been about a dozen petitions that have happened in the last 10 years. About half of those were successful, half weren't. One item petitioned went all the way and actually became adopted policy. So it's an important process. It's not used very often, but it works. So that was pretty quick about the PDP, the policy development process. But it's what gives all of the policies their strength, if you were. Now we're going to talk about the policies themselves. When John Kern finished up, there was a question about what, if anything, is there a V4 policy that's going to change? Is the V4 policy going to change it, Aaron, when we get to our last /8? And the answer is no. We are doing regular V4 policy until the end. Now, if you haven't been paying attention for the last couple of years, the biggest two V4 policy changes are that ISPs used to be able to get a 1-year supply of addresses, but in 2011, that was reduced to a 3-month supply. So ISPs in the Aaron region can get a 3-month supply of addresses. And also, the end user minimum was reduced from, I think, from a 22 to a 24. So if you're a multi-homed end user in the Aaron region, you can request and get a /24 directly from Aaron. And then there was a carve out. There's this /10 that's been already set aside to be a special pool of address space at the very end for organizations that have V6 space and they need a little piece to connect to the V4 internet. So that /10 is going to be used to help those organizations connect to the net. There's a panel on transfers later this afternoon, so we're not going to get into too much detail about this, but we do have a transfer policy. If you're an organization in the Aaron region and you have excess V4 space and you would like to transfer some of that to somebody that needs V4 space, there's a policy that allows you to do that. So you can do that not only within region, but you can do it to and from the Aaron region to RIRs that have a similar compatible needs-based transfer policy. Right now, the other RER that has that is APNIC. There's 5 RERs in total: Aaron, APNIC, Wright, Blacknick, and Afrinic. The other 3 RERs up there, Wright, Blacknick, and Afrinic, are currently discussing proposals to enact some kind of inter-RER transfer policy. And there's criteria for both of these, but they're for within region and inter-RER, but they're both based on need. And now I'm transitioning into V6 policy. And the first thing we're going to do is go through where V6 policy started, and then we're going to come up to where we are today. And part of the motivator for this was I worked the Aaron booth here at the V6 Task Force or Summit last year, and these are some of the questions I got while working the booth. Can end users get V6 space? Is a /56 a viable assignment size? Can we get more than a 32? These are some of the questions that were asked by pretty much the people attending this conference are the smartest, savviest V6 people in North America. So it was kind of interesting to get these questions. And these are all things that people asked in the past and became proposals and changed policy. So Aaron started with this thing called the Provisional V6 Policy. And it was based off an RFC that defined the V6 address space. And the RFC said where the dividers are between, for allocations to ISPs and what customers would get. And basically you had /35s to ISPs and 48s to customers. The 35s were in a reserve 29, and the RERs got 23s. And it was expected, it said in the RFC, that the customers would be transit providers and exchange points. So this is the policy that started at Aaron, and discussion of this policy started immediately and went on for a couple years. And it actually hasn't even stopped. The policy that first started has been continually evolving. Even today, there's a proposal about changing V6 policy. In 2000, there were a couple more assignment sizes that were added to Aaron's policy set. So if you were a regular, if an ISP had customers that were end users of normal size, they'd get a 48. If it was a customer that had just a single LAN or a single subnet, they'd get a 64. And if it was a customer that had just the need for exactly one IP address, they'd get a 128. Probably dial up or something like that. Then the first formally numbered proposal about V6, 2001-3, is a policy that was implemented that allowed internet exchange points to get 48s. They just apparently didn't need 32s. And then, let's see, 2001-4, there was a policy that said 35s weren't big enough for ISPs, and it changed the allocation, the default allocation size from a 35 to a 32. There was an experimental address policy that included V6 space. 2003-4, there was a policy that made it easier for ISPs to get V6 space because they could use a 5-year plan instead of 2. And then in 2004, the allocation unit to the RERs got much bigger, from a 23 to a 12. And this is my switchover slide to Owen.
Okay, I'm going to end up looking at those slides because it's too hard to read on here. 2005-1, provider independent IPv6 assignments for end sites. This was the first policy in the world that actually allowed for end users to get direct assignments from regional internet registries of IPv6 space. And the particular reason that Einer's handing the slide off to me at this point is that is a policy proposal that I wrote back in those days, and was not too far after my beginnings of being involved in Aaron. I think I'd been involved in Aaron about 2 or 3 years by that point. 2005-5 changed the HD ratio from 0.8 to 0.94. 2005-8 amended the Aaron IPv6 assignment and utilization requirement. This really was the application of a great deal of IPv4 think to IPv6, and it's kind of unfortunate, but it allowed for consideration of /56s instead of 48s as end site assignments. Having gotten to know more about IPv6 over the years, I think that one is kind of questionable, but it's on the books, so we have it. 2007-21, IPv6 for legacy holders with RSA and efficient use. I think I also wrote that one. That was end users who already have IPv4 shouldn't have to jump through a lot of hoops to qualify for IPv6. Obviously, if they've already qualified for v4, they have met the basic criteria we intended, and that should be sufficient to allow them to get v6. That did remove a lot of hurdles for a lot of people, and I think it did significantly increase the adoption rate at which people were getting v6 from Aaron, at least. 2008-3, community networks. This proposal still hasn't quite had as much use as we would like, but it's designed to try and make it easier for neighbor nets to get reasonable amounts of IPv6 space and deploy without costing too much. In 2009, we saw multiple discrete networks brought forward into IPv6 policy. That was kind of an oversight that got left out when the multiple discrete networks policy was created, and so we brought that up to date. 2009-7, open access to IPv6. This basically removed the requirement that people who got an IPv6 allocation advertise it as a single aggregate. It allowed people to start doing traffic engineering in IPv6. It was really a matter of practicality. In 2010, we completely reworked the IPv6 allocation criteria. Actually, this was a small rework. We changed it from 200 customers to 50 customers in 5 years. So that made it a lot easier for ISPs to get IPv6. 2010-8, a similar rework of the assignment criteria. No, actually, those were the major reworks. Those were where we also went to using nibble boundary allocations. So instead of 32, 31, 30, 29, ISPs get a 32, or if they're bigger than that, they can get a 28 or a 24 or a 20. But we're now issuing all space on nibble boundaries for both allocations and assignments. This simplifies human factors. It makes life generally a lot easier, and it allows you to actually generally obtain quite a bit more room for growth and plan your network a little bit more consistently over time. 2010-12, subsequent allocation. This allowed a 24 maximum for transition technology as an additional allocation independent of your existing utilization. Yes?
In the previous bullet point, what do you define a site to be?
A site, an end site in terms of policy for V6, if I remember the exact wording, is a single building or structure or a single tenant in a multi-tenant building or structure. So, for example, a university dorm could be defined as several hundred sites. And you could allocate several hundred /48s to a single dorm building, potentially. 2010-14 standardizes IP assignment registration requirements, requires SWIPs of static addresses greater than or equal to /64. Moving further forward in history, we had a proposal that was literally titled Better IPv6 Allocations for ISPs. This was the ISP nibble boundary proposal that I mistook the other one for. This substantially simplified the allocation criteria. It also moved us off of HD ratio and onto a simple 75% utilization criteria. If you're using more than 75% overall, or if you're using more than 90% in any of your any particular sub-allocation, then you have enough that you can grow your ARIN allocation as necessary. 2012-2, subsequent allocations and utilization requirement. No more space to assign to new sites, but we don't meet the utilization for more. That proposal is still under discussion. End user policy. Previously, the block size was based on HD ratio. It was complex. It used logarithms. Now the block size is based solely on the number of sites within a network and essentially what we call a 25% min-free. So if you've got one site, you get a 48. If you've got 2 to 12 sites, you get a 44, which is enough for 16 sites, thus preserving your 25% min-free. 13 to 192, you get a /40. Again, that gives you 64 extra sites beyond your 192. So you've still got 25% room for growth there, et cetera, et cetera. Allocations for ISPs, the block size is based on 3 things: your number of serving sites, your number of customers at the largest serving site, and the prefix length to be assigned to customers. And the prefix length that is taken into account in that is the smallest prefix you give to customers. So if you give 56s to residential customers and 48s to business customers, for example, you'd better be able to justify that each of your business customers needs 256 allocations. It's a lot easier to just give everybody 48s in that case. the number of serving sites, you kind of get to pick one layer of aggregation point within your network for this determination, whether it's a POP or whether it's further up your aggregation hierarchy, and count all of the end sites under that particular layer, round that up to a nibble, and then multiply that by the total number of serving sites, and round that up to a nibble in terms of determining your prefix size. It sounds complex, but it's actually a fairly easy exercise to go through. Let's say you're going to use POPs, your direct end user distribution points, as your serving site in this case. You take the number of end users at your largest serving site and round that up to a nibble boundary. So if you've got 3,000 users or 3,000 end sites served out of that point, then you would round up to 4096 or 12 bits. Let's say you're assigning each of them a 48. That would give you a 36 for each of those serving sites. Then you count up your total number of anticipated serving sites over the next 5 years, round that up to a nibble boundary. So let's say you've got 35 POPs. Well, that would round up to 256, so 8 bits. So we take the 36 per point of presence, subtract another 8 bits from that, and you find that you need to apply for a /28. In terms of the allocations, they're always nibble aligned, so the next step up from 32 is 28, then 24, etc. You can request a second initial allocation. If you got an initial allocation under the old policy that is smaller than what you'd be entitled to under the new policy, you simply come back to Aaron and say, I've refactored my allocation based on the new policy. Please give me an appropriate sized block. And Aaron will, if possible, expand your existing block to that size. If that's not possible, then they will hand you an entire new block, and you are encouraged through attrition over time to return the block if it becomes free, but you're not required to jump through any Herculean effort to return the block, the old block, in any particular time frame. You are not required to deploy your services according to the aggregation points that you've used for your justification, but certainly you should use something that is actually an aggregation point within your network so that your subsequent allocation requests can line up with your actual network deployment in some way. Subsequent allocations for transitional technologies. This is an additional allocation separate from your main allocation that allows you to deploy a technology such as 6RD without polluting your normal addressing plan for native users. These are temporary in nature, and this policy is on notice that it could get rescinded when no longer needed. There's a /24 maximum allocation within this policy. You can't get any more than that. That allows a typical ISP to match /56s for each customer or end site onto their existing IPv4 addresses in a 6RD deployment with the full width 32-bit IPv4 address. And so far, 8 allocations have apparently been issued. Today at Aaron, IPv6 policy is the most liberal of all of the RIRs. I'm hoping to change that over time at the other RIRs. The 2013 IPv6 policy looks a lot like the 1993 IPv4 policy. Personally, in my opinion, that's a good thing. The reason that we had to switch off of the 1993 IPv4 policy wasn't because it didn't work out well technically, it was because IPv4 had too small of an address space. Well, IPv6 doesn't have too small of an address space, so let's go back to a policy that worked really well with enough addresses. Things could change. If you want them to change, participate in the process. If you like the status quo, pay attention because other people don't, and if you don't like the way they want to change it, you need to speak up. References, I won't read the slide, but the URLs are in the slide deck so that you can refer to them later. And with that, we open it up to sort of a discussion format. Sylvia.
I have a question about global routing. Thank you. We had some discussions with large enterprises that have locations on every continent. Mm-hmm. And there were many discussions. Some changed their IPv6 addressing concept to have allocations from each region. to make sure that routing would always be a safe thing. And now I heard a couple of times, and I would like to know if that is true, that there is a special prefix assigned for global routing issues for enterprises like that. Is that true, or is that a rumor?
That's the first I've heard of anything at all like that.
So what would you recommend these enterprises? Should they get allocations from each region?
As a general rule, if you've got your own backbone network and it's all contiguous, and you're willing to advertise it as a single aggregate everywhere, then I think getting a single prefix from one RIR and routing it globally is perfectly fine. If you're going to route it separately anyway, then in general you should get it from the region where it's going to be deployed.
Yeah, in most cases, all locations have their own ISPs in every region, right?
Right. So in that case, I would recommend, getting it separate allocations for each site in the region.
What about cross-region redundancy? So you want to fail over your RIPE data center to the America?
Well, there's nothing that I know of, and certainly there's nothing in RIR policy, because RIRs don't control routing, that prevents you from advertising a prefix you obtained in Europe out of a router that is located in the United States or vice versa. The policies are primarily about where the addresses are utilized, and even in that case, they're pretty liberal about that, in that if you are operating a global backbone and you're getting all of your address space from your headquarters RIR, that is generally, to the best of my knowledge, accepted if you're advertising it as a single aggregate. If you're advertising it as more specifics, then it's fine to advertise the more specifics across different regions, but they should be doing that in order to get those packets to the hosts that are in the correct region.
But the size of your block is only determined by your assets within that region. So you can't go to Aaron and say, look, I've got all these sites all over the world. I want a block to do the whole world.
I'll defer to John on that one, but to the best of my knowledge, if you have a backbone and intend to advertise it as a single aggregate, they do allow you to use more than just what you have locally. So recognize that, in fact, this will be discussed next week at the Aaron meeting. The Aaron policy recognizes that it has to be used in the region. It doesn't say exclusively within the region. So we do have multinationals who come in Aaron's region and say, this is for my global network, and get a very large assignment for that purpose. And then they may announce that not only in our region, but in other regions. We also don't track whether they've gone and gotten an address assignment from another RIR for some of that infrastructure. With respect to V6, this is all pretty fine no matter how it works. There's sufficient space that there's no reason why you couldn't get that additional allocation. The RIRs do not, there's no requirement that your addresses aggregate in the region, because no one's announcing the RIR/12 IPv6 blocks. So you're free to get address space from Aaron based on that doesn't preclude you from getting address space in RIR and announcing it if that means later on. I think the battery is dying in that microphone.
But when we went, we did this a while back, we went to Aaron and we showed our worldwide sites, and they said you can only justify the size of your allocation by the assets within the Aaron region.
Are you talking about V6 or V4? V6. If you, I will double check that, but to my knowledge, when you get your allocation, if you say you're getting a single allocation to use globally, there's no reason you can't. If you actually have discrete networks that are announced discretely in other parts of the globe, then yes, we would have told you those are discrete networks, and we would say don't count that for that purposes. If you already have networks that are being announced distinctly, then we would tell you to continue to do that. We don't, that's probably where it came from. But there are both end users and ISPs who go for a single block. In any case, if your address block is at all utilized and you've hit a reasonable level of utilization, you can come back and get additional space. And every block that we reserve is sparsely allocated. So it's actually allocated from a block 16 times that size. So expanding in your current block, if and when you need to, is trivial to do.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? David, did you have something?
I think one of the questions that's asked is, do you have a network of your own connecting them? And so if you're using the internet to connect all of this and glue it all together, then you need to get it from the other regions. If you have your own network connecting it all, then that's considered one piece of infrastructure, and you can get one aggregate block for it. If it's multiple networks, that's not one piece of infrastructure, that's multiple pieces of infrastructure.
Okay, I think we've got a question down here in front.
Yeah.
Can we get the mic up to you? Because we're webcasting this and people that are remote can't hear you.
Well, I mostly just have questions about sort of these allocations and trying to figure out what size of address block you should be looking for. And today, our institution is in the business of handing out individual addresses to individual machines that are connected to our network university.
Okay.
And so, I don't have a whole lot of anticipated need to, in theory, I could give a student their own network in a dorm, but today I don't have anybody asking me for that. And so
It's an internal policy decision within your organization. The policy allows you to assign up to a /48 per student in a dorm,
okay.
per room. Well, even if you've got 2 students in the room, arguably that's 2 tenants, you could assign them each a 48. So, you don't have to assign it. That's just the maximum allowed without additional justification. If you want to assign a student a 44 in their dorm room, you'd better have a really good reason why they need 16 times 65,536 subnets.
Yes.
Dale, wait for the mic.
Okay, just to be clear, so if you have an organization like a university, and they're acting like a service provider to their students, and they're providing service, whether it's a fee or it's included, then they can count them as end customers and provide an allocation to each and every one of them.
If the students are living in a dorm controlled by the university where the university is providing internet access,
Correct.
then yes, they're tenants within that multi-tenant dorm building, and each tenant is an end site.
So in the same sense, can an enterprise that has a centralized IT group that's servicing multiple customers, take someone like a GE, let's say they come and they have multiple business units within the same building, then they could count each one of those as a separate tenant and service those separately?
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
In fact, I know of an organization that you're familiar with that we did something very similar to that, and they ended up getting a /24 not too long ago.
Were you at Lisa earlier?
I was.
End of last year? Okay, I think I asked you this similar question last year, or there.
Apparently I failed to answer it.
Well, it's more for my network guy's benefit and hopefully for other people. But we're a smallish company, like 150 people, right?
Okay.
But we have 2 data centers and 2 offices. With that, and with the 2 data centers, we would like to have at least individual space for each of them, but plus a shared space that we could announce out just with BGP.
How's a 44 sound?
Awesome. But now we need to get an ASN, right? And isn't that where the problem comes in?
If you're not multi-homed, then you're probably not going to be getting your IP allocation from Aaron directly anyway as an end user.
Right. So,
If you are multi-homed, then you have an ASN.
Right. So today we
Or
pay
more.
our data center providers for that, but the goal would be is each data center provider, they're separate providers, we would treat them as, effectively a single multi-home.
Well, in order to be multi-homed, each site has to have more than one upstream provider that they're communicating BGP with.
And they do. So that's not a problem.
No,
don't.
your data center, your thing within the data center is
Right.
currently single-homed to the data center. The data center is multi-homed.
Right.
So the data center could come to Aaron and apply for space on that basis. But if you want to consider your piece of the data center multi-homed, then you need to multi-home that not only to the data center operator that it's co-located with, but to some other provider as well.
Right.
I see your hand, David. I'll get to you in a moment.
Okay. And so would it be possible to just ask the provider to both announce it and skip the ASN process?
Well,
if they're willing to, I'm
I
guessing.
I suppose you probably technically could, but I don't know. I think there's a requirement for the ASN in. That's only one of the clauses. That's only, okay. So yes, you can qualify without an AS number, and you can, in theory, get both providers to announce it, but there are technical reasons you probably don't want to do that, not the least of which is if the providers are statically announcing your address space, usually the point of multi-homing is to have some redundancy, and if one of them loses its connection to you and keeps announcing your address space, that's known as a black hole route.
Right. Well, since we're physically in their space, we should never have that happen, but.
So having been a data center operator, I can assure you that it does happen.
Right.
Somebody goes into the room to do moves, adds, changes, and unplugs the wrong cable, and now your cross connect to provider B is gone, but your cross connect to provider A is still there. Well, yes,
Yeah.
a guy with a pair of wire cutters or grabbing the ends of RJ45 cables can be just as effective as a backhoe at eliminating a circuit within a data center.
Right.
So it does happen. And so I would recommend just get an AS and announce BGP, and it makes your life so much easier in general.
Okay.
So,
and then my second question is, how do you see the, last mile providers, CenturyLink, Comcast, those guys, once we get past the RD perspective, point, how do you see them doling out space to homes effectively?
well, ideally, I envision them giving out /48s. I know they're not intending to do that, unfortunately, and it's going to break things in the long run. But for the time being, I think most of them are planning on giving out tiny little /56s, and some of them are even worse and talking about ridiculous things like 60s and 64s.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Where to next, Owen?
I believe this guy.
Okay.
It's very good information. I'd just like to know if I've trawled all our websites, and to get that interpretation out of that information, I don't get the same story. Is there any way we can go to get more up-to-date or translated information?
Well, let me take a stab at it first, since I'm the one actually up here. Are we connected to the internet here?
Yeah, it's just a little slow.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Very slow.
Should I launch my mobile hotspot?
Are you looking for the NRPM? What are you looking for?
Yeah. So in the NRPM, on Aaron's website, if you go to the Aaron website and you go here to policies, there's a little tab that says Number Resource Policy Manual. And you scroll down to 654.
Eventually.
Someday.
Eventually. Maybe I am going to whip out my mobile hotspot. There we go. Okay, so we scroll down here to Section 6, which covers IPv6 conveniently. Section 4 covers IPv4 as well. And we go to Policies for Allocations and Assignments, Section 6.5. 6.5.4 is assignments from LIRs and ISPs. We actually want direct assignments to end users, so 6.5.8. And in 6.5.8, organizations may justify an initial assignment for addressing devices directly attached to their own infrastructure, blah, blah, blah. Previously justified IPv4, currently Initial assignment size, 6582. More than one but less than 12 sites justified receives a /44. He just talked about 4 sites. Two data centers and 2 offices. Oh, you're going back to your old question.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
That is very well hidden.
That is indeed vague and inconspicuous in the policy manual.
So, one of the things that Aaron does at every meeting is we give a policy experience report where the staff says the following language written by the community has multiple interpretations or has non-logical interpretations. And we'd like to note that we've had questions from people saying, why is this not clear, not obvious, etc. We actually, next week, will be doing one. I recommend everyone, you can go online, it'll be webcast. We're covering 4 or 5 sections of NRPM and where the staff has either a lack of clarity from the language from the community or has, in some cases, contradictory language. And this we sort of give as feedback so that they can do policy proposals to clean it up and make it clearer. But it's written by a group. It's written by different authors who come from different perspectives. So that can be very interesting because people have different ideas of what's a site, what's a network, what's a customer. And so there are times when it does not flow as a cohesive whole. And all I can say is that the particular case you raised is on next week's slides.
I will also point out that we recently had a proposal that attempted to clarify that, and it went down to resounding defeat due to lack of support from the community. For those of you that want to know about the meeting that John just mentioned, by the way, it'll be even more fun if you're able to attend in person because it's in a really great location this time.
Any others for the mic?
This is the definition of an end site, by the way. Make it legibly larger. So, single structure or service delivery address, or in the case of a multi-tenant structure, a single tenant within said structure, a single customer location. I was close. It helps when you wrote the language. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Owen and Einer. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule, but I still want to keep the break to 15 minutes, and we'll just take up the extra time on the other side, because I think our panel discussion and some of the other talks after the break may take some extra time. So let's take a quick break here and be back in the room by 3:15. It's about 15 minutes from now. Looks like there's some chips and soda in the back of the room, and we'll see you here in about 15 minutes. Also, make sure you do come back. We will be giving away an iPad at the end of the session, so if you're here through the end, you have to be present to win, so come on back.
sure this guy's turned off.
Oops, sorry. No. Someone's missing. We cut the panel down before. You're welcome to move it. Yeah, it's going to look strange if I cut it. Sure. Yeah, this guy way down on the end. Nobody wants to be near you.
All right, welcome back, everyone.
Oh, hey, it's in that truck.
Sorry. Yeah. All right. So the next thing we have up on the agenda this afternoon is this panel on IPv4 and just number resources in general, transfers, specific to the Aaron region, since that's where we're at today. And so we have a really good panel here of some industry experts, and I'll introduce them one by one. We're going to do some opening remarks, and then dive in, and hopefully you all have some questions and feedback, and we'll want to make this as interactive as possible as we get going here. So first up is John Curran, who we've already introduced, and he's going to talk about the transfer market in the Aaron region specifically, again from the Aaron perspective.
Thank you, Chris. I'll try to be pretty quick going through these. Talk about IPv4 transfers going on, sort of what's motivating them. We'll talk about inter-RIR transfers. Talk about legacy resources. So, yeah, you can't quite see it in that font, but those are the completed IPv4 address space transfers in the Aaron region. This is from someone in the Aaron region to someone else. We have a policy in the NRPM, the Network Resource Policy Manual, Section 8.3. And you can see there's actually some sizable blocks in there. There's a few 12s and 13s. And this has been growing. You can go online. This list is updated online whenever we, actually monthly, we update and post this. We don't approve all the transfers. Some people want to do a transfer and they come to us and they say, we've agreed we're going to sell our interest to another party, and that's wonderful, great. But unfortunately, we have to abide by the community developed policy. The U.S. government has us run the internet according to multi-stakeholder principles, which means we set these policies according to the community. The community establishes policies. These policies are used in administration of the registry in the region. And if you try to do a transfer and they don't meet the principles that were set by the community, then it doesn't get transferred. So, yeah, if you try to transfer to someone who doesn't need the addresses, currently the transfer policy states you have to need the addresses. You have to show that you'll use them in a 24-month period. You can't transfer more than that. Requests to transfer blocks by other than the actual registrant. You'd think this wouldn't happen, but occasionally someone comes up and says, I'm transferring this address block to Mr. Smith over here, but Mr. Jones actually wasn't the guy it's registered to. Sometimes it's just because the records haven't been updated. Companies are acquisitions, there's a lot of things going on, there's record keeping that isn't always maintained and needs to be updated. Sometimes it's because someone's getting very creative with someone else's address block. We have to go through and work that out. Request to transfer address block size is smaller than the minimum. If you try to transfer an IP address, like a /32 to another party, you'll get turned down. We've had this happen. We've had a court that wanted to do that. We had to go explain, I'm sorry, we're not breaking up address blocks. That is in the middle of an ISP's block, and it actually isn't owned by the customer. It's just on loan to him as part of service. We get involved in these. And then requests to transfer blocks larger than needed. Obviously, if someone only has justification within 2 years for /20, you can't transfer /18. You can go find a few other folks to get the remainder and transfer. Inter-RIR transfers. There's a policy that allows inter-RIR transfer to another recipient in another region, as long as that other RIR has a compatible policy. We have had success with that, and there's been a number of transfers to the AP-NIC region. This is also updated monthly online. RIPE region. We don't presently have a compatible policy with the RIPE region, but that might change, and then it might change again. So let's talk about that briefly. There's a policy proposal that will be discussed in Dublin next month, which, if adopted, would be a compatible needs-based policy just like we have with the AP-NIC region. And it would open up and allow transfers to and from parties between the Wright region and the Aaron region and vice versa. There's also a policy proposal being considered at the same time. They're cleaning up because they're at depletion. They no longer need a lot of the needs assessment language in their policy manual. And so they're cleaning it up. That's what's being proposed. That needs assessment language is used as part of the transfers. If it is removed, then suddenly transfers are allowed between any two parties without any, even if the recipient doesn't need the addresses, that would make it incompatible. So depending on which of these pass, we may or may not have, later on this spring or early summer, we may have a compatible transfer policy to and from the Wright region. Completed AS transfers. Autonomous system numbers actually can be transferred. The policy allows that, and we've had a small number of them. And a lot of them are cleanup. In fact, in a lot of cases, this is a case where you have organizations who have, over time, separated or moved, or a government agency might be letting a small college use an AS number or an address block. It's very hard for them to say they can't really update the records conveniently. With a transfer policy, they can say, yeah, we transferred it. $1, we'll update the records. It makes it something that makes for better record upkeeping. We don't have inter-RIR AS transfers. On the left, you can see there is a policy proposal in discussion, which will be discussed next week, 2013-1, which would allow inter-RIR transfers of AS numbers. I don't know if there's a lot of demand for that. We don't have a lot of demand for AS transfers, but we had 7 of them happen. Some people are saying this is sort of a completeness. It should be allowed if it's not forbidden. Some people are saying if someone doesn't need a policy, why would you add more text to the policy manual? So you can sort of look at that either way. At the end of the day, Aaron will implement whatever the folks decide is the right thing there. Transfer facilitators. So sometimes you need help doing transfers, and it's because you either need to find a matching party. You've got addresses and you need someone who wants them, or you want addresses and you got to find someone who has them. Sometimes it's just help working through the process. If your job is running a business and not dealing with addresses day in and day out, then someone to facilitate this can be helpful. We have a list of registered transfer facilitators, and those organizations know Aaron policies, have agreed to them. We have a listing service that they can make use of to post addresses available, or people who need addresses who have had that need verified by Aaron. And that's updated again on the facilitator list online. Legacy resources. This comes up. So one of the things that happens is that people go to transfer addresses, and we say those addresses are in the Aaron region, they're subject to Aaron's policies. We've had people assert otherwise. And some of this has gone to court, but it's never gone to court with a definitive outcome. It's gone to court either on procedural mechanisms or because of the nature of how, for example, bankruptcies work, it's been resolved. Aaron's never been directed to do any updates to the registry contrary to our community policy. Very proud to say that. Having noted such, people look and say, I got my addresses before Aaron was formed. How can Aaron policies be binding upon me? I got them before you were here. In fact, the National Science Foundation General Counsel issued a letter to an organization saying that they were unaware of any way that these policies could be applicable. And that created a little bit of concern. And as it turns out, Aaron responded to that. And shortly thereafter, the NSF General Counsel sent a letter saying that these were beliefs and observations and not any statement of U.S. government policy. All the letters are there. You can find the URLs. They're also on our website. You can go look. The Department of Commerce, NTIA, actually sent out a list of principles for how number resource management should be done per NTIA, which is the lead agency in managing internet number resources. And they indicated that they're supportive of Aaron and the policies that the community forms through the multi-stakeholder process. So we continue to operate the registry. according to the community policy. This applies to all resources, including legacy resources. So if you're a legacy holder, you probably want to keep that in mind because we don't see a difference one way or the other. And you can go find the references if you want to go look them up. That's my introduction to transfers in the Aaron region, and I'll turn it back over to Chris.
Thanks, John. Next up, I want to have Charles Lee come give his opening remarks. Let me just do this. You don't have any slides, right?
No.
Okay, Charles Lee, the president of ADREX.
How you doing? It's a pleasure to be here. Welcome the opportunity. I don't have a prepared slide deck. There were some discussions about what would be discussed up here. Again, I would encourage you to make this a dialogue and not a series of monologues. The more you get from this, the better use of the time, and that's what this is all about. So would encourage as much dialogue as possible. I've got a few points to make. First of all, IPv4 exhaustion. Language is important. IPv4 is not exhausted. It's not even tired. It's alive and well. And the question is not, is it IPv6 or IPv4? It is IPv6 and IPv4. The question is for how long? And everyone in here will have a different answer. But there is a period of time which we have entered here which assures us that V4 and V6 will coexist. And the demand for both will exist for fill in the blank on your projection. Secondly, when an RIR depletes its resources and its ability to satisfy an initial allocation, that does not mean that the internet is out of allocatable resources. That's not true. That means the source of supply, we're going to talk about this region, so Aaron, I think it was 2.5/8, is what they have available for initial allocations. They have policies and they have processes and procedures, and as John showed you, the allocations occur in a periodic sine wave of some kind. I couldn't quite figure out what that was about. But there are peaks and valleys, and it makes prediction of when that final distribution will occur quite difficult. But there is something which Mr. Houston said, and which John has echoed, which I would like to dispute a bit. There are over 1 billion numbers out there that are not being used today. Now, not being used as in not being advertised at all anywhere. Now, admittedly, there are ways to use numbers without advertising them. You can put them behind firewalls and run a private network, things like that. But in terms of what's addressable in the public internet, there's over 25% of it that's just not being used. And this is held by a lot of individuals and companies. There were 26,000 entities that received allocations of address space prior to the creation of present RIRs. That's a lot of companies. That's a lot of people. And that's a lot of addresses. Now, those that have been distributed or allocated, if you look at the utilization of those, it's actually astonishingly small. So there is a great deal of efficiency left in the numbers which have already been put in place, and there is a vast pool of numbers which can be redistributed. And as John echoed, there are in fact at this point in time 0 regional internet registries that have completed the last of their allocations. They all have some amount. Each registry has their own policies on how they deal with that. The final stage policies in APNIC, for example, are different than the John's Aaron region doesn't have a final stage policy. So it's different depending on where you go. Now markets, like we represent, they provide a mechanism for redistribution of numbers. That's what it's about. It's a means to recycle, if you will. And what it really is about, this may sound a bit grandiose, we think markets are here to buy time for the adoption of V6. Literally to buy time. Because V6 adoption has not occurred. There is some pain that's associated with V4 number allocations and uses today. And there is a transition period of indefinite period that has to be covered. There has to be a mechanism. Now, I think Mr. Houston characterized this as undesirable but necessary. I would hope that others might view us as more desirable than that, but we'll leave that for the open discussion. And I think for other introductory purposes here, I would observe, since John put it up on his slides, the Science Foundation letter stated that a legacy number, and again, language is important, a legacy number, using the nomenclature of this region, is a number which was allocated prior to the existence of the regional internet registry system. Other places call it early registrations. They have different names for it, but effectively we're talking about the same set of number blocks. These were number blocks passed out by a federal contractor prior to the existence of the regional internet registry system. Those number blocks were given out absent a contract, absent a mechanism for reclamation. Just here, take it. And those number blocks, those 26,000 organizations that got them, received a thing of value and all the rights associated. That's what the Science Foundation letter said. Now, the document that came out afterwards, which came from the Department of Commerce, and the clarification statement that came from the Science Foundation, I read both, John, doesn't say that's wrong. That what it says is the Department of Commerce supports the multi-stakeholder process. It doesn't say anything about whether those previous recipients got a thing or value and the rights associated. And the Science Foundation, again, was not talking about setting policy for anybody. They were saying, we're a federal agency, we hired a contractor, they gave out a number block, and when they did, what they gave was a thing of value and all the rights associated with it. Now, for shorthand, I call that property, but that's a whole different discussion. So, yes, there is some dispute over whether or not an RIR can impose a policy on an entity which is not a member, whether they can retroactively impose a policy or control over the disposition of a transfer. And that should help spark this discussion as we go forward. So I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles. Next up, we're going to have Lee Howard from Time Warner Cable come talk a little bit about some market predictions to get us started. Lee?
Thanks, Chris. My name is Lee Howard. I'm basically a network engineer. I work for Time Warner Cable, and I'm not affiliated with either an RIR or a broker. So I don't really have an interest other than being interested. What I wanted to look at is how to make good decisions about the transition. How do you know what the right transition strategy for any given organization is? So I've looked at that from a bunch of different angles, and I made a couple of presentations. What I wanted to set the IM message here for, whose link is, yeah, was to say, I wanted to say, Charles just said that there's 1 billion addresses available, and I kind of wanted to look at, well, how long would 1 billion addresses last if that's the case? So I started with the NRO, the Number Resource Organization, which is essentially all 5 RIRs working together. They jointly publish some statistics periodically, every quarter, I believe, saying how many addresses they've allocated over a given period. Now, the way they usually publish this is they usually show about a separate bar for each RIR and how many /8 equivalents that RIR has allocated. I didn't find that useful because I couldn't visually stack them. So here, I visually stacked those bars over time and then just converted it to a line so that I could do an extrapolation. And I could see over time how many addresses, what's the growth rate of the consumption of IPv4 addresses from the RIR system. And surprisingly, I tried a whole bunch of different fits using just Excel extrapolation tools, but I tried a whole bunch of different fits. And interestingly, a linear fit, a linear growth was the best fit. There really was no change. So, and you can see it goes down over time. It's a little bit lower, a little bit higher over time. But that's the growth rate of demand for IPv4 addresses from the 5 RIRs. You'll note, so the blue line is how many is the actuals, the black line is the extrapolation. I've even given the linear formula there. That little X there, sort of off in space, that's what it actually was in 2012. I didn't use 2012 in extrapolating because, well, obviously, when APNIC and RIPE stopped making allocations, their allocation rate went down. So that didn't seem like a realistic point for extrapolating the rate of allocation over time. So that's sort of what demand is when the price of addresses is essentially between 3 cents and $1 or so, whatever the price of addresses is. So then, I also went and looked at route views and said how many addresses are, as Charles said, how many addresses are not being announced on the public internet. And I looked at some of them and said, okay, so maybe the SIPRNet, the DoD's secure networks, aren't ever going to be routed on the internet, but they're actually in use. Okay, so we'll discount some of the standard government networks as not being useful. And yet still, I find probably 500 million addresses are just completely dark, just not announced anywhere on route views. And another 500 million belong to organizations that have had them, that are end users, legacy organizations, have had them for a long time, or for some reason, and I've got lots and lots of slides and papers on this, but for some reason, it looks to me like their rate of utilization is probably less than 50%. So I add that together and say that 50% plus is 500 million, plus that 500 million of unrouted address space, plus the little bit of space that the RIRs have left, and I get something approaching 1.2 billion addresses available to be used on the internet that aren't really currently being used, which is significant. That's a significant, a billion of anything's a lot. And then I said, okay, well, so how long would 1.2 almost billion addresses last? And at that linear extrapolation, the black line from the previous slide, at that linear extrapolation, again, assuming $0, this is not a supply curve, this is assuming straight allocation at the continuing rate of demand that we saw before, I say that we would run out, that's the blue line, that linear extrapolation says we'll run out at the end of 2015. That's only a year and a half away. I mean, we're pretty close to that already. If you say, okay, well, but people were accelerating their rate of demand in expectation, in anticipation of run out, or if for some reason you think that the linear extrapolation is too high, let's just take the peak, the 2012 allocation rate, and say, what if it stays solid at, or stays flat at 15/8 equivalents per year? That's the red line. So no increase in demand, but demand holds steady where it was. And that's the red line. And even there, pretty early in 2017, I would estimate that we would run out of addresses. Again, this is not a supply curve. There's nothing in here saying anything about dollars. This is if we continue burning addresses or assigning addresses at the rates we did before. Now that green line is to say, okay, maybe the entire history, all of history is the anomaly, and last year's single data point is the true value of the demand for IPv4 addresses. Let's take that rate. And so that's, you can see obviously a much flatter rate. And obviously with RIPE and APNIC barely handing out any addresses in their austerity phases, the rate of allocation was much, much lower. And so there it goes out to something like 2027. Okay, so that's a much longer rate, but I included that for thoroughness. I actually think the real demand for IPv4 is somewhere around the blue and red lines. I can talk a lot more about what a supply curve would actually look like when you actually start to map dollars on that, and I'll start to get into that in a later presentation. But I thought that there's sort of how long would any of this last in a perfect demand-driven market is really not all that long at all. And that's all I wanted to set up for the initial context. Thanks.
Thanks, Lee. And next up with opening remarks, before we jump into the conversation, is Louis Starkey with the Colorama Group. Maybe.
That was nice. I want to say, here's an economist. Okay, close your eyes. doesn't work.
Okay, not a problem. Thanks,
Green
Chris.
doesn't
Yeah.
work.
So my name is Louis Sturkey. Thanks for having me. Colorama Group is a Washington, D.C. based internet numbers broker. We're APNIC, Aaron, and RIPE approved brokers. We're also the sister company of Fairwinds Partners, which is an internet names, an online brand advisory group. What we wanted to talk to you guys today about, and there's obviously a lot of ways we can take this, but we were intrigued recently by the no need policy that Tor Anderson of RIPE has proposed. And one of the things that we found very interesting was the extent to which that has really gained momentum. When we spoke with Mr. Anderson about 10 days ago, he had told us that I think thus far, and of course it still is in the early phases, but I think there are 22 yays and 2 nays. And so what's interesting is in our view, and of course it's John pointed out that they're in a little bit different stage than we are because they're already in post-exhaustion. But it's very interesting for us to think about how that sea change happens so quickly. And so one of the things we wanted to look at today, and again, there are a lot of places we could take this, but we wanted to sort of let you guys know, or let the community know the way we see some of the hot button issues as it relates to utilization. And I think some of the things that utilization was put in place to prevent, we wanted to sort of give you our take on what we see and what we don't see. And so, just a couple quick points here. Obviously, people would say that speculating and hoarding is bad, and we agree with that, and that utilization does a good job of mitigating those concerns. But here's the reality: do we see speculators in this market? The answer is unequivocally we do not. Why? Because it is far too speculative of an asset class, and I use that term in a I use the word asset class in a sort of non-confrontational manner, not in a policy manner. The amount of money that would be required to do something of incremental interest for a speculator is such, and let's just call it at $10 an IP address. The amount of money that would be required to do something that would be incrementally interesting to a real investor is large enough that it's going to keep unsophisticated money at bay. And the people who have the types of checks that could really speculate they didn't get those checks, they didn't get the ability to write those checks by being, I'd say careless or clumsy with their money. These are not people who go to Las Vegas. These are professional institutional investors. And so I guess the long and short of it is we view speculators, and even if you think about the large incumbents in technology land as being basically having the right to speculate as well, that's a sort of a different issue, but still one we don't think we see a lot of signs of. Secondly, if you did away with utilization, would speculative behavior increase? We'd say that it would on the margin, but where we disagree is the amount of. We think that given the amount of supply that really is out there that is available, I would sort of I'm not the billion address figure that's been mentioned here. We think that the amount that one could really actually get is far less than that. And so it might increase speculative behavior a little bit, but we still don't think that in the scheme of things, when the bigger problem is really getting to V6, we don't think that really does very much. We don't think that moves the needle really very much to begin with. So we're not saying it's not a concern, and we're not discounting it. Sorry, we're not dismissing it. We're just rather discounting it. So then that brings us to the last slide, which is in the bear case worst outcome. how much havoc could a speculator wreak in this in IPv4 v6 transition world? And the answer is, if you tomorrow handed 50 million IP addresses to a bad actor in some capacity, what power would they actually be able to wield? And when you think about that in the context of, maybe that would, even if that caused prices to skyrocket or what have you, what would that really do? And we would argue that because it's such a small relative percentage, it wouldn't do very much. So the long and short of it is, hoarding and speculating are things that one would want to prevent, but we're not seeing that, and we're not so sure that policy should be so strong to prevent things that we are not yet seeing. In other words, there shouldn't be policy to, if something hasn't happened yet, we don't need roadblock. We need to be careful with the roadblocks we put in place before we actually see real signs of that occurring. And just to sort of to speed through this next slide, this is sort of at a high level and it's topical and it's somewhat provocative, just to sort of get the conversation moving. We just wanted to bring to the point that we're not so sure that some of these things don't actually inadvertently slow down or thwart the transition to IPv6. In other words, so just to run through this list, hoarding, albeit bad, might actually be good for IPv6 because it would mean it would decrease supply and increase price. Speculating, not good, but we think that there are measures in place that Aaron and other registries currently have that could be even strengthened, that could really hamper the bad actors who were trying to speculate. And again, the percentage of those bad actors is very much in the that might be there would be very much in the minority. So, and to be specific on that, if you want to add a 1 to 2 year collar post-purchase that's similar to the policy that's in place today, in other words, after you make a purchase of a block of IP addresses, you're not able to go back to the market, or you're not able to flip it as is currently in place. Those are the types of things that we think that could be strengthened even to keep, if the concern of speculating is really is a concern, then we think those types of policies could thwart the interest of the speculator. So any type of soft landing concept, in addition to a market, which is what we do, so including both of those, those, and again, there's a lot of different opinions on this, but on the margin, it's probably not very good for us really finding religion and reaching IPv6. And then the last thing is we think that, as most people in this room are going to think, and as most people on the stage are going to think, that the transfer process, and the visibility around approval, et cetera, to the extent that could happen more fastidiously and be more out in the open and be clearer, we think that would do a great deal. That we think that's very much would be pro IPv6, because what we're currently seeing is there are a lot of so for a couple of reasons. One is we think that the murkiness and the uncertainty around the transfer of the rights to the resources, and again I use the word resources, in a light manner. We think that keeps sort of a synthetic ceiling on price, and we think it pushes the marginal buyer towards IPv6. Towards CGN, which basically means that it makes it that much harder to unscramble the egg as the network gets more complex, as Jeff has described on numerous occasions. So I think what we would sort of suggest is that utilization is great for the free pool. Utilization in the transfer market should be liberalized, and because the transfer market is not, I actually would disagree with Charles. I don't view it as something that is an integral, a huge part of the transition to IPv6. I view it as a very, very tiny subset for companies that need resources for business continuity and business planning reasons. but I don't view it as one of the main components of that transition. And so accordingly, I think a market that is, I'd say, more liberal does the best job of, I think price in and of itself in free markets do a better job of ascribing the necessary checks and balances, and just do a better job than very onerous utilization rules. And again, I want to separate the thought between free pool and transfer, because it's definitely a different concept. Anyway, we'll open it up now. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Louis. So we're going to go ahead and open up the panel now. If anyone has questions.
Do you have one? Do you have a microphone? We share.
I do have one. I just need to turn it on.
Okay. Sharing with me can be a hazard.
Right.
That's a great
Okay. Yeah. So again, any questions from the audience? I have some questions as well, so feel free to jump up and I'll shoot mine in as there's a lull.
Question for Mr. Sturkey. Can you characterize what you mean by speculators? And what I'm thinking is private public sector, enterprise versus ISP versus broker, what that impact might be. And the second part of the question is, do you see any analogies with spectrum, FCC and reallocation that also apply with IPv4 exhaustion, IPv6 deployment?
On the first question is one that I tried to distinguish and I didn't do a good job of. I'd say the technology incumbent like the ISP turned speculator is a different. That's a legitimate concern, given their ability to to really go in and potentially take up a significant amount of resources, given their deep pockets. I will say though that my problem with that is utilization already does that for the big guys, and here's how. 2 years worth in transfers, or 3 months worth, okay, is a land grab that is very much in favor of the incumbent. In a world of diminishing resources, in a world of unexhaustible resources, it's a free game. But as that big incumbent, ISP or whatever, managed hosting, whatever you want to define it as, who would need this resource, as you approach exhaustion, 2 years worth for them is incrementally so much more than it is for the little guy, right? That all of a sudden what used to be such a small percentage, they're getting that much more as we approach, whichever one of Lee's line you believe in, right? So I think your point is a good one, that the incumbent turn speculator is a concern, but they already have that advantage to begin with, I'd argue. The speculator, which is the way I was using it more, which would be like the financial buyer, or the person who wasn't able to necessarily demonstrate need, or was trying to somehow think this was a really clever way to sort of game the system. My argument there is that this is far, far, far too speculative, and that is something that I've never received a phone call that even comes close to something where it seemed it sort of didn't pass the smell test. If that where I said, the alarm went off and said, oh goodness, this is a speculator. I mean, I'm not saying we wouldn't get there, but in a couple years. But it certainly isn't something that I think the community should spend a whole lot of time worrying about. I think that issues like speculating and hoarding, the energy that's spent on that should be reallocated towards effectively engaging the C-suite about IPv6, because there's a lot of energy wasted on such a very small percentage. Like, this is not to disagree with Charles and Lee, but I view the amount of space that really is movable as so small, and then it's such a disconnect between what the C-suite, who actually might be able to make the decisions, between what they know and between what they need to know. So I think that we'd be better off to bottle that energy on spend on worrying about speculating and sort of reallocate it towards trying to engage the C-suite community. And I can't comment on the spectrum.
To piggyback on some of that, part of the challenge here is defining what's a speculator. There are small-scale speculators out there today. There are people who buy number blocks and then want to resell them because they think if I buy it today and I wait 6 months, I'll get a higher price. The thing that he's correct about is whether it's large scale.
Right.
It's not of such a concern that you need to go create a specific policy to bar something that's relatively not going to impact the entire ecosystem of the internet. But there are companies that build themselves as a broker, buy a number block, and then offer it at a fixed price to a potential buyer. And that's a reseller, and that's a speculator. That's what they're doing. We don't. We, for example, are not a broker. We're a marketplace. We don't operate a store. We don't, and this is a challenge. People have a desire for a store. They call us a lot and say, what's the price of an internet number? And our answer is, that's up to you. We can help you figure out the value, but we're not a store. We can't give you a price. And one of the things I'd like to talk about here while we're here is, what is the value of a number? I think that would be useful, and I think it would be something that you all could take away and put to good use in your own businesses.
Isn't it whatever the buyer and the seller agree it is?
No, that's the price.
I'd like to talk, before we talk about the value or the price of a number, I'd like to clarify one thing about what an address block is. Because I think actually, while there is a significant point of disagreement between myself and Charles Lee on one aspect, there is something of agreement as well. The agreement is that parties who receive address blocks have rights to them. Aaron doesn't dispute that. In fact, we will formalize that via a contract with a party. They have specific rights. There's some discussion over what those rights are, okay? But at the end of the day, those rights are a bundle. They're a thing of value. They have been part of estates, bankruptcy estates and other estates. So there's no question that there's value, and there's an address block represents a set of rights that have some sort of a value associated with it. I guess the key difference is that Aaron harkens back to the conditions under which those were assigned, and that is pre-Aaron, as it turns out. They were assigned according to government contracts. For example, the NSF cooperative agreement says they were signed in the accordance with the provisions of RFC 1174, which, when you actually go read, you realize, wow, what got assigned is a subset of what you might think about when you look at rights. So there is an agreement that parties who are address holders have rights to those address blocks. There might be disagreement over exactly what those rights are. Aaron will tell you that those rights are to be listed as the exclusive registrant for them and to transfer them in accordance with the community policies. But there's no doubt about it. There's something here. It has value. It has price. And it's probably worth talking about.
We've got a couple folks in the front row here. We'll come to you in just 1 second. Since the first question came out on speculation, I kind of wanted to expand on that a little bit, because I think a lot of talk happens around speculation itself, right? The idea of someone coming in, buying addresses, trying to corner the market and resell those addresses at a higher price. And I think that the policy constraints that are in place, at least in Aaron and in APNIC right now, protect against more than just that. And so I want to kind of look at the other things that are going on with a needs-based allocation, which is, and it came up a little bit, right, the idea of an incumbent or a monopolist, right? So some of the largest ISPs, at least in this country and around the world, are, multiple orders of magnitude larger and have bank accounts multiple orders of magnitude larger than some of the smaller ISPs or some of the other players. And so if you remove a needs-based qualification, what are the other effects other than speculation, right? Can a large ISP come in and buy up all of the addresses available on the market and shut out every other ISP? Can a content provider come in and buy up all the addresses and shut out the ISPs and force them to come through them to get addresses? Can an equipment manufacturer come in and buy enough addresses to force you to buy their gear because it's the only gear that comes with IP addresses? Right, so outside of just trying to make money and trying to speculate, are there other things that can happen when people can buy addresses with no restriction? And are those things an issue or not? So anyone want to go first on that?
Sure. So I'll take it. So it's a really good question. Just to reiterate, I think just to reiterate my other point earlier, in a world where it's approaching zero, the small person who is already at a disadvantage in utilization, and so it does. And to be, I think that the hyperbolic, example you just mentioned is a grave concern of somebody maybe taking every single last address in one fell swoop. I don't think that. I think there are measures that could be put in place to prevent such had that happening on such a large scale, and B, I don't think that would really ever happen, just because I don't. C, I think that there could be it could help a new young venture that had money go in and actually acquire what they thought they needed for 5 years versus for 2. So it is something that your point is certainly a concern, but I'm not so sure that this is the community is incredibly worried about this, and I'm just saying that of what the community needs to be worried about, if the objective is IPv6. I don't think that this is the number one concern.
Okay. Lee?
For what it's worth, although I'm a big fan of IPv6, I don't think IPv6 is a goal. I think it's a mechanism to deliver the goal, which is internet access. And for me, the reason I do the kinds of analysis that I do is to figure out the most cost-effective way to provide that internet access, which brings me to why would an ISP try to corner the market on IPv4 addresses? Well, if they did that, then they would find there was no longer any market for IPv4 addresses because everybody else would have had to go to IPv6 because there were no more IPv4 addresses left. So there's no there's nobody to communicate with anymore. Similarly, I think it would really be cost prohibitive. I mean, maybe the first couple of million would be at, $9 to $12 per address, which is sort of what we've kind of seen. But boy, those last 5 million addresses would probably be a little bit more than that if word got out that one company was buying all of the addresses on the market, which is the whole point of an actual supply curve, is that it's curved. So the quantity available changes according to the price. And so I really don't think, I agree that with Lewis that it's really not realistic for one organization to corner the market, no matter what kind of organization it is. I do fear a world where some vendor decides that their CGN is going to be packaged with a /24. Every card you buy has another /24 shipped with it. That's not a scenario that I really like, but then again, that's not a product I really want to buy either.
Yeah, and I agree that creating specific policies for such a low likelihood is probably not time well spent. There's just other things to be concerned about. And I'll throw one on the table because we're supposed to be sparking some discussion. One would be a commitment to the accuracy of the registry. That's not a specific policy. That's a commitment. That's an overarching commitment. And if you don't have that overarching commitment, you may end up with unintended consequences of some policies that sit underneath it. So there's got to be a place for the discussion of what are we trying to achieve? What are the important aspects? And that's where I would encourage time and energy to be spent.
John?
It's 4:10 p.m., record the date and time, as I agree with Charles Lee. It is true that the ability to transfer addresses has relevancy to the ability to maintain accuracy of the registry. We know that the transfer policies that Aaron has formalized to date have resulted in some cases in transfers that were record-keeping that would have been difficult to accomplish otherwise. As I said, an organization that lent an IP address block to someone and could never figure out how to get that corrected or updated because it wasn't something that was supposed to happen. They should have come to Aaron directly. Well, do you want to go find a middle school and force them to renumber 200 PCs because they happen to be using an address block of a government agency? No, the government agency connected them to the internet back before most of the people in this room had even heard of it. Now we just want to update the records. So there is a value to having transfer policies which apply in some cases to accuracy. I want to be clear, though, because I heard someone say earlier, Aaron's transfer policies, and I just want to point out a little detail. Aaron was formed in December of 1997, okay? So Aaron's policies start definitely after that point. In 1996, there was RIPE, APNIC, and the INTERNIC. The INTERNIC was that government contract to Network Solutions to provide administration of IP addresses. And they published a document that stated their current policies and procedures. One of the authors on the document was a guy named John Postel. He did something with the internet. This current document that stated their current policies and procedures is RFC 2050, published a year before Aaron was formed. RFC 2050 has in it a statement. I'll read it verbatim. The transfer of IP addresses from one party to another must be approved by the regional registries. Okay, interesting. The party trying to obtain the IP address space must meet the same criteria as if they were requesting IP address space directly from the Internet Registry. This is, in 1996, the current policies of the INTERNIC, RIPE and APNIC said if you wanted to transfer your address block, you were subject to making sure the party who was going to get it needed it. Now, this kind of wasn't very well used, wasn't very well documented, and at one point in the Aaron region, a number of people said, look, we need a nice way to do transfers, one that's clean and understandable. And we ended up with a well-documented Aaron transfer policy, and it's led to exactly what we've seen, the start of a market, but a market that carries over some of those original restrictions. The good news is that it's very clear at this point that the policies that are used in the administration of address space are able to be set by the community. We have a multi-stakeholder, community-based process. You folks have the ability to change this in each of the RIRs and set the policy. So the fact that we have 15-year-old policy document does not mean that we're bound by that. In fact, a number of us got in a room and have submitted a draft of RFC 2050 that describes the structure of the registry system without the policy, because it has been overtaken by events. But the good news is, when we talk here about things that would make for better transfer policy, it's actually within the ability of the community to make those changes. But I want people to understand the original policy and the constructions that we work under, they actually didn't originate with Aaron. They were preconditions at the start of the registry system.
Okay, so I think we have a question in the front here first. Was there, you still have a question? Yeah.
So at risk of sort of starting any wars here, I would
That's why we're
point
here.
out that there is quite a bit of speculation in Bitcoin, and I think there's a very reasonable argument to make that these numbers are actually more valuable than those numbers. And so I think you should take the speculation, issue seriously. As to the question of value of an IP, in the late 90s, I worked for an ISP that charged $25 a month for an IP address, which is not a number I've heard anybody quote since, but I would suggest that that it is also a valuable thing. So anyway.
It is indeed quite valuable. There is a little formula that we worked out, which would help you all compute the value to your organization of a particular IP number. You give me just a second, I got it scribbled down here so I would get it correct. It starts with leverage. What's your ability to leverage? Can you oversubscribe? Can I get 8 customers off a particular number? Or do I undersubscribe? I need 8 numbers to serve 1 customer, in which case it would be a fractional number. So if it was 800% efficiency, write down 8. If you need 2 numbers, write down 0.5. Now, what's the service contract worth to me? $25 a number? $10? That's usually per month, so be sure to note that, because it will come into play very quickly. So the number of contracts I can support with a given number, plus the revenue that I can get from that given number. Now you got to start decrementing a bit. What's my margin on that number? The incremental margin that it contributes to my company. If my infrastructure is fully built out and all my operations are fully there and I don't have to hire a single person or put in place another router, well, the incremental margin is perfect. It's 100% contribution. On the other hand, if you got to grow some of your infrastructure and your support services, you need to put that in there to get a reasonable expectation. Now, this tends to be a very large number. We'll do a very simple case. We'll say efficiency is 1 customer, 1 contract, 1 number. We'll say it's a $10 per month commitment that I get out of that contract. $10 per month. And my margin, 50%. That means 1 number is worth $5 per month to my organization. $5 per month. Now, how long will I have that number? Anybody want to guess? How many numbers do I acquire in a block? If it's a 16, there's 65,536 of them. If it's some other block, it's multiply it up. Is there residual value? Can I resell it if, in fact, my forecasts change? What's my deployment plan? How long will it take me to build up to using all of those numbers? Boil all of that down, make some very broad generalizations, and you're looking at people recovering their investment on today's market prices the first month. So why? Why is there such a discrepancy between the value and the price that's in the market? There's only one explanation. That's all the other factors that get applied. Uncertainty of outcome. This is one you talked about. If I buy it, will I actually get it? Or is some third party going to say, no, I don't care if you bought it. I'm only going to put a piece of it in my registry. What happens to the rest? I don't know. I don't run a registry. But I know that they're not going to put it in because it didn't meet the policy. So it's just going to go into limbo. There's other factors here. And this is why you need somebody like us, because there's a lot of things that go into this. Is it the rightful seller? Does the party that's offering this actually have the rights to it? Turns out about 30% of the people that come to us are not the rightful seller. And we have to turn them away because it's not theirs to sell. That's an astonishingly high figure. But we cannot get engaged in that. If it's not yours, we're not going to help you sell it. They need validation of their rights. They need that documented in some way, because the original registry entry could be 25 years old, and a heck of a lot has happened in the meantime. Somebody's got to draw the line to connect the original allocation to the party that's got it now. Are there any liens, encumbrances, pending litigation? There's a lot of research that's necessary before you can say, yep, that's his to sell. That's valuable. That's valuable to buyers. They want to know, yeah, that's the right party. That's valuable to Aaron. That's valuable to everybody. Then you got to go through good old marketing 101. You got to package, you got to promote, you got to find applicable buyers, you got to make sure they're qualified, you got to have a process that protects everybody. You don't get your numbers, you don't get your money until both parties get satisfied. There's a lot to the process. You don't just jump into this. And then the buyers need protections as well. They have a whole different set of concerns after you get past, am I dealing with the right party? Is this number block harmed? What's the reputational score? Is it sitting on a blacklist and I can't use it? And how the heck do you undo that? There's 300 and some odd independent operators out there and none of them are coordinated. And all you can get is a snapshot today. You can't say tomorrow it won't be on a blacklist either. So there's work to be done here. You've got to fully disclose the obligations. If a seller has a number block that's under an RSA with Aaron, I have to fully disclose if I'm doing a rightful job. You, Mr. Buyer, this is what's going to happen. This is what you're acquiring, and this is the obligations that come out of it. And these are the things you have to do to exact that transaction. He needs to know that. Otherwise, it's not an informed sale. And then I get asked the hard question, well, can you guarantee that this transaction will be approved? Nope. Absolutely not. I have no way to control a third party, in this case, Aaron, or to tell you how long it would take, the likelihood of success. I just can't make those predictions. So you take all of those factors and you start boiling it down, and now you find out why the price is remarkably different than the value. Now, can those things be addressed? Absolutely. Should they be addressed? Most assuredly. Are they being addressed? Partially.
John? So, I'm actually going to look again. Wow, it's 4:23 and I'm agreeing again. To a great extent, what Mr. Lee said is correct regarding the factors of uncertainty that enter this. And some slice of that is the policy. We actually have a listing service. A party can come to us and say, I want to be validated to be able to receive a certain block. We also have a listing service. The other side of it says someone can say, I wish to have my registration verified by Aaron. So we can pre-clear those. That's not frequently used. People don't use them, but they can. And that's kind of the extent that we go. The policies, obviously, those are in your hands. The simpler they are, the less uncertainty is created. Some of the other aspects will remain uncertain. It is true that we can do some things to make this easier, but at the end of the day, if you listen to the long list of activities, it is true that parties that wish to make use of a transfer have got to realize there is a lot of work involved, and we don't do that at Aaron for you. We tell you, come to us and you tell us why you're the registered owner, because it says Fred Smith and you're, Jim Jones. And without a broker or a market to help them, some of these companies come back and go, I don't even know where to start at correcting that. And so there is some value here, but even if the policy weren't something that is perceived as an issue, recognize that's still not going to give a very liquid market because of the challenges that Mr. Lee also listed. Some of those things will be there one way or the other and will have to be addressed.
I want to ask you a question because I'm not sure I understood when you were talking about your formula for addresses.
Yeah.
You said that the second factor was the revenue per address. Are you talking about the revenue of the entire value of the contract, or the revenue, the incremental revenue for the value of having that address? In other words, was it the $25 a month lease IPv4 surcharge, or the $25 a month internet access charge?
It depends on each application. So in his case, if the only thing that's encumbered or offered for lease, because it's a separate line item on the bill, is $25 per number, yep, $25. On the other hand, if you're offering a service and you haven't discreetly broken out the number, you need to do that. Because and that goes to margin, right?
Well, that's
So, yeah.
exactly the reason I ask is that you either end up, you as the ISP either end up cutting your margin in order to bake that cost in,
Right.
or you add the IPv4 surcharge, the additional cost. And I wonder, well, so I know that the ISPs that I've seen, and I'm not going to speak on behalf of an ISP that I work for, but I've worked for several ISPs, and the uptake on a static IPv4 address assignment fee is fairly low because it's an extra charge every month. So the hardest part, where I was going with all of that, and still more of that, was the hardest part about being an IPv4 address buyer is not figuring out the right price, and it's not figuring out whether you're going to get the addresses. It's figuring out how many addresses you want to buy. Because if you decide to buy enough addresses for what you think you're going to grow for 5 years, well then Aaron's not going to transfer all but 2 years of that, and you end up having some capital stranded while you wait for your growth to get over that time. So how much capital are you willing to strand times your net present value of money and your discount rate over time, and it's an incredibly complicated set of things to do. You may know what an address is worth to you next month, but it's still really hard to figure out, especially with V6 being a more realistic substitute over time. In 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, we don't know when. We should talk about when, but we don't know when. So again, how big a block do you want to buy?
Well, one of the things you talked about, and believe me, I appreciate this. We've been through this innumerable times. But one of the limiting factors on how much you buy is how much can you get registered in your name. I can't control that. That's a policy discussion, and that's not me, right? So if you think that your business should not be hamstrung with a 3-month supply for initial allocation, because who's going to build a business on a 3-month supply? Go get engaged in the policy discussion and say, that's absurd. I can't get anything invested with 3 months supply. On the other hand, if you think 2 years is limiting you for an acquisition, I can't change that. What I can do is make you aware and tell you want to buy 5 years, provided it's the right kind of block. There are sellers out there, provided the terms and conditions are acceptable to both parties, right? There are sellers out there who will sell you those numbers. And some of them are saying, if you want to update the registry, go ahead. I'm not going to. I, the seller, am not going to go to Aaron and say, in order to start this process, I'm going to sign an RSA with you for a block that I intend to sell tomorrow. They're not going to do that. And part of that is to do with the contract language of the RSA, and part of that is why. The only reason I would do that is to update a registry, which you're going to turn around and update as soon as there's a new buyer. So they're not going to do that. And while those constraints exist, you limit the supply of IPv4 numbers available. It's an artificial constraint. And that artificial constraint gets translated into artificial numbers in the marketplace.
It also keeps prices low.
Artificially so,
right?
yes.
And which again I think prolongs IPv6. And I also would say the murkiness around, and sort of I think John mentioned sort of the sweat equity that's required from both the buyer and seller to get something consummated, again, pushes the marginal buyer towards CGN,
right,
or to double down on CGN, and that is that does incrementally more damage than a speculator who goes in and tries to do the purported speculator ever could. And your Bitcoin comparison is a really, really good one. I think if something were to get really, really violent, which I don't think it ever would, but let's just say something got really violent like Bitcoin did, and you saw some huge spike on a piece of the market, then what? That's 0.05% of available IPv4 space, that spiked or whatever. It's not a meaningful amount necessarily, because keep in mind, fairly liquid. So I don't think you're going to see that in great volume. So even if you were to see that, this, the rest of the world's still going, I think the rest of the community is would still work just fine. And keep in mind that when the music stops, that guy who paid that, or the company that paid that, when the music stops, that's just, it's not worth anything. So
I just want to add a little insight. So if indeed you get wild swings in market prices, and this becomes a more fluid market, I'm not sure that the addresses that aren't routed is actually the limit of the addresses that could be transferred. Exactly. There are parties who have addresses that they've assigned, one per desktop, one per customer, that might decide 10 customers per IP is fine, and 9 IPs in a liquid, high-price market makes sense. So there are sort of barriers that get broken through at certain price tiers. It is not inconceivable to see someone turn around and say, I'm going to get more efficient with my address usage for V4 and liquidate some of my current holdings. And maybe I will use NAT because, shoot, I don't need everyone in my company to have a unique address. I can put them, there's this net 10 that everyone uses, and I can use it too. And I'll take the rest of the desk block and put it back. Now, people will say, well, that's not really going to happen, but you also forget, at a high enough price point, and knowing the uncertainty of how long V4 addresses hold value, okay? It's 5 years from now, 10 years from now, there may be no value to that address. So at certain price points, you will motivate sets of behaviors we haven't conceived of. I don't know whether or not a more liquid market will enable that or not. I have no views on what policies should apply to the market. Your job. But I do want to say it's not just the unrouted pool that's subject to these market dynamics.
Right.
I think you're exactly correct. So, will the market evolve? Absolutely. Absolutely. Will there be a long-term pool of people that are interested in V4 number blocks? Absolutely. But it's going to come down to unique individual requirements. I used to work at a reasonably large telco, the big V. They have all kinds of internal discussions about technologies and deployments and business cases, and I can tell you, having bloodied my nose many times, the question that gets asked is, where are my customers? And if my customers are not on this other island, I'm not going, and I'm not giving you the money to get there. So business cases become really, really important. For anything, it is, as Mr. Houston pointed out, economics. Economics are really important. For a long time, technical bodies, engineering groups, things like that, they never thought about presenting a business case for acquiring number blocks. Now you do. And that's a whole new joyful experience for you. You're going to have to justify investing capital expenditure, and you didn't have to do it before.
Sure. We're running out of time, and I want to get to the last 3 questions. So we're going to kind of do rapid fire, ask a question, we'll have one person respond, and we'll kind of tear through the questions here.
Okay, well, I've been trying to get in for a while. I actually want to go back to the discussion of rights with value. The true right with value, as I perceive it on the number block, is the ability to route it. And that right is not granted really by Aaron, but more by the people that actually run routers, which Aaron doesn't have much control over. Coming back to the policy issue, though, we're talking about spending too much time on putting policy in place to create roadblocks to free transfers, but in reality, the policies are already there. So if we spend no time on it, then we just leave them alone, and the roadblocks that have served the community very well simply stay in place.
I'd like to pick up.
Yeah.
Owen, on the rights issue, the rights that exist to an address block in the registry are very nominal. That's the right to be associated with it, the right to transfer it in accordance with policy. That's, having an address block in the registry is a very small set of rights. And the RIRs don't control routing. At the end of the day, the fact that you're an address block holder doesn't mean that necessarily any ISP will or will not will route you. You can use any addresses you want in your routers. Isn't that amazing? You can set anything you want. But there is a system of unique addresses. There's actually multiple one. I know private industries have their own private registries, but there is an internet registry system. The IR system was set up by the US government, and it provides one set of unique numbers, of which Aaron is part of that internet registry system. So no one's saying you can't think you own a number. Feel free to think you own a number. But if you think you have an entry in that unique internet registry system, you've got to play with that unique internet registry system's rules.
Next question?
No.
Sorry.
Just a couple of comments. One, you had mentioned that legacy holders would never go to Aaron and basically, I get that. They wouldn't initiate anything with Aaron, but in order for transfers to go through, they still have to deal with Aaron, and if I'm not mistaken, they have to sign a revised RSA.
If you're transferring the entire address block and you're the rightful holder, we don't actually make you sign the RSA. We validate that you're the rightful holder and you're transferring the whole block. If you're not transferring the whole block, you will end up signing an RSA. That can have an implication, but recognize the LRSA says we won't take the address block for lack of utilization. So it's a relatively safe maneuver. If you look at the list of transfers that have occurred, some of them are very large legacy holders who have come in, signed an LRSA, and are now transferring pieces out from under that. It's becoming quite common.
Right. Another part of this is, it's pretty foolish to enter into any type of these transactions without proper legal counsel. And, whether you leave capital stranded because you can't justify your entire space, or you have backout clauses in your contracts that you're dealing with. That's just obvious to me. Excuse me. The other thing is, in regards to the value of IPs, I don't know that, what you had mentioned was interesting, but I don't think that there's a way that the entire community can put a value on an IP. I don't even think within one business you can put the same value on an IP based on the different types of services that you offer.
Right. I thank you. That's precisely what I meant. It's an individual thing. There is no global uniform value. The value to an organization, it will be different from their next door neighbor. The value and the associated price, in our opinion, has to be determined exclusively by the buyer. What's it worth to him? And then you have the terms and conditions and sale and all the other things that lead to price. But yes, you're right. There is no unified global number that everyone can agree is the value. Not true.
Next comment?
We spent a lot of time talking about transfers, which are discrete events. Pretty easy to update all the paperwork, IRR, Aaron, registry. No one's talking about leases. If you make the transfer policies too restrictive, people are just going to lease their IP space. You're going to risk the integrity of both the Aaron registry and the IRR databases. Network operators are going to spend all day verifying LOAs, and mass mayhem is going to break loose.
Yeah, please.
So I actually want to touch on two things. I'm going to say leases, and I'm going to say the word options, okay? Ooh. And if this doesn't cause you to be afraid, be very afraid. Okay, let's take the easy one, options. Aaron, two parties can go in a room and say, if and when you decide you're going to transfer your numbers, you're going to call me first, and I'm going to give you a sheep in exchange, and what we don't. Yeah, that's what two parties privately contract in the privacy of their own business. We try to stay away from. When they come to us with a transfer, we want it to be a valid transfer. We want the recipient to be able to meet the transfer policy. I do know that there are people who are doing lockup agreements and things like that, and it's not Aaron's concern or thing. So that's one option that we've seen, which is rational, understandable. I don't know what the risks involved in that are. I'll tell you, you have to think very hard about being on both sides of that arrangement. Now, let's talk about leases. Actually, in next week's policy experience report, we are noting that we're seeing circumstances. This is at the Aaron meeting, and it'll be online for those of you who want to participate. We are seeing circumstances that could be related to the leasing of IP numbers. And because the contacts in the Aaron database don't change, we need to understand, is that the community's expectation, okay? It's true that that might be perfectly fine according to the community as long as those contacts work and they get to the right place. So if you pick up the phone and you try to reach someone for an abuse or technical contact, it actually gets the person holding the address. It may be considered quite unreasonable and that those should be considered instances of fraud. I actually don't know, but I will tell you it is true. There is a correlation between parties that wish to use addresses, can't complete transfers, and the possibility of them leasing to one another. I do not know what the community's take on that is.
I've heard from a broker about short-term leases. I can only think of one reason why someone would want to lease addresses for a short period of time. Those addresses are less resellable afterwards.
Good point.
There are all kinds of parties lease numbers. And lease is an interesting term. ISPs, from one perspective, lease numbers.
Right. As part of their service.
As part of their service.
Right.
Is that a bad thing? No. But if somebody enters the market with the sole purpose of leasing numbers, independent from any other services or things like that, would that be disruptive? Potentially. But there are some very large leasing companies in the world. One's Aaron. So, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it is a market reality.
Good.
So this is my first summit on the IPv6, so I'm kind of a newbie here. But a couple of questions. One thing that was concerning to me is I understand you guys are kind of from different realms or whatnot, but one thing I learned is that there's IP spaces that are not being recorded. That's a concern, I think, whether they are 25-year-old or whatnot. Is there a process to clean that up? I want to understand that, number one. Number two, question number two would be, if RIPE and APAC have already ran out and assignments are done for those guys, how did the dinosaur era, when it all came down to the final stages, how did that pan out? And would that have any reflection on how in the Aaron world in the US, North America, how would that be reflective of how things could end up here?
I'll take the first one. Recognize that some of the address block records are very old, and it's very hard to look at a company that existed in 1990, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1999, 2000, when there were 2,000 ISPs all merging and forming and collapsing, or equipment vendors who went through an epic consolidation. Sometimes those records don't get updated. While we now do send reminders out to people to update their contacts, and I will say, to some extent, people are much better now about updating their records than ever before. We have this backlog out there, and I do not know how that backlog will get addressed. I will tell you that one encouraging thing by having a transfer market is that it gets cleaned up by the activities that happened with the transfer market, and so that's a good thing. With respect to your second question, I just want to note that what's happening in APNIC and RIPE with the run out of their available free pool, in some cases is now showing up as demand in other regions of the globe under freshly formed U.S. companies, freshly formed companies in other regions, South America, Africa. And so that's not, I guess it's not necessarily a model we want to emulate, and it's one that doesn't scale.
There's lots of number blocks out there that are inaccurately reflected in the registries today. That's a statement of fact. Is it getting better or is it getting worse? That's speculation. Nobody has a complete view and can answer that. Nobody knows. Hopefully, it gets better because the records really are quite dated and quite inaccurate. And that makes the registry information unreliable, and that's in no one's interest. So, creating mechanisms where it can be updated which are not unacceptable to a party, that's what I was talking about, an overarching commitment, So, for instance, there's policy things that could be done. There's contractual things that Aaron could implement. There's many things that could be done to help resolve that. But it has to start as a community, as all the memberships, as the organizations that are involved, with a unified commitment to that objective. And then making sure that there's no unintended consequences in here of policies or contracts or procedures which limit the ability to achieve that desired outcome. And today there's all of those. So there's lots of work to be done here.
Can I answer the question on I thought it was a really interesting one on the fact that RIPE and APNIC are down to their exhaust their last state that's in runoff mode versus here, and how that might or might not be analogous to what Aaron might go through. What's interesting is we're not sure that it will be, and the infrastructure over there and I'd say just the economies generally are just not the internet and the size of the economies are smaller, not necessarily in RIPE, but certainly in APNIC, which is the first one to go in April 2011. And for some of these smaller ISPs or hosting or managed hosting companies, /22 is a huge amount of space, right? And I think I also would say that a lot of those technology companies there's a lot of sort of Me Too, where they sort of follow on best practice that's created here. And so I think that when Aaron runs out, it'll be more, I think it'll have a much more, I think it'll have a bigger impact. And here's why. I think because a lot of innovation comes from, in technology comes from North America, and yet the people who are, I'd say, are a lot of the sort of the C-suite of these companies are not really quite aware of of their IPv4 v6 transition policy, because it's just not really, there's sort of hasn't really reached their level, and they're looking at what their other competitors are doing in energy, in uptime, in other facets, and they're not really focused on this one yet. I think eventually there will be an acute problem. Like, I'm not saying it'll be like a Hurricane Sandy or anything of this nature, but there will be something acute that will happen to a household technology name. And it might occur after or before exhaustion. And I think at that point things will. I think that will be. I think that at that point things will get a lot more interesting in Aaron transfer wise, and I think that will have. That will reverberate to RIPE and APNIC.
Quick market outlook. There is no market in Afrinic. There is no market in LACNIC. These regions still have plenty of reserves from the RIR to allocate initial distributions. So there is no real market today. Unfortunately, there is no real market in the Aaron region either, and that's due to constraints. It's artificially constrained, and we've talked about that a lot. Aaron is working towards a point where things will change, and APNIC got there early. However, one of the factors that led to the skewing of the forecasts, those interesting lines of is it out next year or out in 20 years, was the process by which they were making distributions was extremely liberal, and companies and countries which were aware went out and ran the bank. And they have strategic reserves which are going to last a long, long time. There are other entities which did not, and they are feeling the pain now. So the market in Asia is spotty. It depends on who you're dealing with and how much pain they're feeling, but it is not a consistent picture within the region. RIPE, if you want a recent example, is the quickest to adopt and employ markets. There is a much bigger market going on in RIPE than there is in Aaron. And that ought to be a puzzle to some people. But there are some things which are happening here on the market side of this which will change as people reach a point where the original source of number blocks no longer has them, and they need to turn to a secondary market.
I just want to comment that we actually, as I showed in my slide deck, we actually have quite a few transfers going on in the Aaron region, particularly in light of the fact that we're still allocating addresses to anyone who asks, because we still have addresses available. While we do have a modest market and a number of facilitators set up who help work it, it does seem to suffice for those people who want to make use of it. In a region that's out of general availability like RIPE, it's expected that there's going to be more activity.
We have a question in front here.
Yes. IP version 4 has been around like 35 years. How long do you think IP version 6 is going to be around for?
As much as I believe in science and technology, I don't intend to be around when IPv6 runs out.
Years ago, I did analysis of how liberal could we be with IPv6? How long could the address space possibly last? And I did something like, let's say every grocery, every UPC code had a unique /64, and it was scanned, and that /64 was gone forever. That was the kind of profligacy I was working with, and the most I could come up with was about 200 years.
In other words, it won't be numbers that dictate it.
Yeah.
There will be other factors which dictate a change of, the communication protocol that's in use.
Right.
But also remember, if you take a pie and you cut it into 8 slices, you have 8 slices. And it does not matter if the pie is a foot across or a mile across. So when we are giving out, doing allocations of V6, at the end of the day, you have to remember you're giving out slices of a pie along whatever the prefix length is. And you need to pay some attention to that, because humans have a remarkable ability to foul things up.
All right, we've got just a couple of minutes left here, so how about we go down the list here, and in 1 minute or less, what could happen? What could happen in the Aaron region to make the market better, right? So, and for your value of better, right? So in some cases that may mean a better who is accuracy. In some cases that may mean better address efficiency. But for your estimation of better, what needs to be done to make the market better?
Remove the barriers that are keeping people from updating the registry would be the first, and I think the most important. And that is something which Aaron can contribute to, and your membership can contribute to. I think that is probably the most important thing that could be done. There's other things which are secondary in nature, but important. But anything which works against the interest of maintaining and establishing and then maintaining an accurate registry, that is badness. And I would encourage all of you to get actively engaged in examining this and making sure that there are no artificial boundaries for people to get that done.
For me to be, in order to enable organizations to make well-informed decisions about what their transition strategy is going to be, they need to know what the costs are going to be, and right now there is no transparency to price in the market. So some mechanism for seeing the prices of at least some transactions, and for a certain level, I just want to know what an address is costing, and so that I can track how that's changing over time, and then I can know what I'm getting into as I'm setting my strategy.
I think affording enterprises the ability to be certain that they will be able to get what they think they need to grow, and not just for 2 years, but for longer than that, is in the best interest of the community members. And I also think that it is, if we're really serious about IPv6, I think it lets them get a lot more comfortable with their migration strategy. And so I think that them being able to have comfort on both their investment that they're making and their plan beyond 3 months and 2 years is great. And I think that I think the community is close. I think there are a couple of tweaks we can make to get it just a little bit better.
I have to be a little careful here because I don't advocate for what the community should do. But the time is 4:55, and I'm going to agree with Chuck Lee on one aspect of what he said. Again, get involved. To the extent that this is an important community topic, and we need to understand what the policy should be and why. Okay? To some extent, we're running on policies that are based on very old historic documents. While the policies have been recently developed in the Aaron region and the other regions, the fact of the matter is that I don't know if they've been discussed on such a wide scale as everyone who's affected on them. And so get involved, help understand what your concerns are, what your needs are one way or the other, and let's make sure that we can all enunciate why the policies are what they are. Maybe they're fine as is, maybe they need to change, but we should try to get over that hump and get certainty on this so that everyone has a predictable way going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Legislative panel, please.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
You got the last name right. I was impressed.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So next up, we have Lee Howard, who's going to be talking about the total cost of ownership of IPv6. Maybe. I have to find your slides. Which address did you send the slides to?
Well, Chris is bringing up slides because I may have sent them to the wrong address. It's late afternoon, and for me, because I'm from the East Coast, it's about 7 p.m. So I'm going to ask. So I believe that the brain that's lodged in a body that isn't working well. So I'm going to ask everybody to stand up. Stand up. If you're not getting blood flowing to your brain, then your brain's not going to work properly. And I've got a lot I want to say. I was really holding my tongue and sitting on my hands because I knew that I was about to say a bunch of things in response to some of the questions that were coming up. So just do a quick, just stretch a little bit. I don't care what you're doing. I just move a little bit so the blood's moving up and down your body so that you can get it back flowing a little bit. That also gives me, I'm stalling, stretching, giving Chris some time to find the slides. Okay. I'll go ahead, by way of introduction, my name is Lee Howard again. I'm the Director of Network Technology at Time Warner Cable. So my job is to look at new and evolving technologies, things that are a couple of years out. When I started working on IPv6 or Time Warner Cable, it was still looked like it was a couple of years out. Cool. So, and part of my job in that capacity has been to, as I've said a couple of times, analyze the alternatives and figure out what's the best strategy. And a lot of the work that I've done in figuring out the best strategy, I think, is really applicable to a lot of different companies. So what's the right strategy for anybody? I can't tell what any individual company's strategy is, but I can maybe show you some ways to think about what some of the different costs of different possibilities are so that you can do your own math. One of the things that I like to say internally is that my job is to make sure that my executives make well-informed bad decisions. So I can't control what decision anybody's going to make, but at least you can be well-informed as you're making that decision. So I'm basically going to talk about three different things. I'm going to talk about what it costs to use carrier-grade NAT, and that's based on the total cost of ownership of carrier-grade NAT talk that I did at last year's North American V6 Summit. I've refined it since then. There's additional work in there. I'm going to talk about what it costs to run dual stack. That's based on presentation I did at the last NANOG, although again, I've added, actually I think it's a much more interesting talk now, and what it will cost to buy IPv4 addresses. A lot of guesswork in there, and it's all brand new, so I can't wait to see what you think of it. Each of these is a 45-minute presentation, and I have 30 minutes. So when I was thinking about, a couple of years ago, I was thinking about, well, people keep talking about carrier grade NAT breaks things. It's a terrible thing. Why is anybody even going to do it? Well, IPv6 is so much cheaper. And I had to say, well, is it really cheaper? How would we know it's cheaper? Well, because CGN breaks things. Well, how much does it break, and how do we quantify the cost of what's broken? So I sat down and I looked at, there's down here at the bottom, Draft Donnelly NAT 444 impacts. Actually, I'm a co-author on that document. I had a summer intern work on a couple of carrier grade NAT boxes and do a bunch of testing and test all the applications that I could think to buy and have him test. He had it this summer. He was playing PlayStation and Xbox. He had the best summer internship ever. And he found that a couple of things broke. We then had Cable Labs did some further testing. And so we've written this internet draft that is advancing along the process now. We found that things, so at the time that we did our testing, Xbox head-to-head games didn't work through carrier grade NAT. And that was a fairly significant problem. Since then, Microsoft has actually deployed probably Stun, and their games seem to work now. So I've taken them out of this slide. But the PlayStation 3 head-to-head games still seem to have problems. Peer-to-peer networking has problems. Specifically, and this is because if you know what carrier grade NAT is, when you're behind a NAT, if you don't have port forwarding, some way to indicate that you can be reached through that, it's difficult for you to publish content. So it's difficult to be a web server or to seed content on a peer-to-peer. Well, not everybody wants to seed peer-to-peer content, which is part of the problem with peer-to-peer, which is why the peer-to-peer networks often say you can only leach a certain percentage of how much that you seed. So eventually your ability to leach can be impacted by your ability to seed, and so even customers who don't think they care about seeding peer-to-peer actually do care about seeding peer-to-peer, which is why I've included it. We also found that some cases with Netflix didn't work very well, where you had multiple users behind the same IP address streaming Netflix. It was particularly bad behind one particular home gateway, but in several cases, Netflix performance was basically unusable after even just a half a dozen different virtual homes were streaming Netflix. So I went and asked the internet, how many users? Let's say I do a CGN with 10,000 users. How many users are affected? I need to know the significance of the extent of the problem before I can figure out what it costs. So I found that out of every 10,000 users in North America, about 1,100 will have PlayStation 3, about 1,500 will be doing BitTorrent or something like that. Probably 1,200 have Netflix, and let's say there's 800 of them are doing some of the other things that sometimes break, some of the more obscure voice over IP clients, other things that we just haven't encountered. Then how many of those, so then I made a guess. I said, all right, let's say half of PlayStation 3 users do head-to-head gaming. That's where I got 550. That's a guess. This spreadsheet is available online at, I think I've got it, oh yeah, down there at the bottom, www.asgard.org/documents.html. You can download some slides and a paper and the spreadsheet and do your own math, plug in your own numbers and figure out what the cost is for you. So I said, let's say half. I said, let's say more than half of peer-to-peer users, because frankly, it's all peer-to-peer seeders, and therefore that's how I get to more than half. Some small percentage of Netflix users, because it depends on your ratio of compression and how many are using Netflix at a given time, and it's worse with certain home gateways for some reason I don't understand. But all of the miscellaneous problems are miscellaneous problems. That's why it's all 800. Okay. Let's say that of that fraction of customers who are affected, who are using those applications in a way that is impacted by CGN, let's say that half, what did I say? 25% call tech support and 25% cancel. Might be the same 25%, might be different 25%. So that's how I get to those different numbers. So what I said is if you deploy CGN for 10,000 users, you could expect something like 652 tech support calls and 652 lost users, people who cancel because you've broken things that are important to them. Is that the right number? It's logic. You can do your own math. It's a spreadsheet, but it's something, okay, so some users may cancel because you're breaking their stuff. 650, maybe it's 300, maybe it's 700. Do your own thing. What I really want to show is sort of a way to think about this. Because that's really significant. If out of 10,000 users, 650 cancel, that's what, 6%? I mean, that's a significant cut in your growth rate. So let's talk about the actual costs, the hard costs of CGN. I'll come back to, and I'll get back to this one. For the retail prices of CGN boxes that I've looked at are running about $90,000 for a 10,000 user CGN. Now, that's retail, and that's really approximate, and that's an average of, I think it was 3 different vendors I talked to, and those prices may change over time. So again, it's plug in your own number. Call your favorite CGN vendor, ask them what the price is, plug in your own number. I say system support, maintenance, that includes things like power, space, cooling, people sitting in your NOC watching the alarms when they go off, people doing the cleaning and the care and feeding of your CGN. And then I say, okay, I actually went online and I said, what does a tech support call cost? And the costs were somewhere between, depending on whether you offshore or in-house your tech support, between $5 and $35, I think it was, for an average tech support call. So I picked 20, and I said, okay, $20 per call times 652 calls is $13,000, so you can spend some money on that. But here's the big one. If you lose 652 customers, I looked at the annual reports of the 4 largest residential ISPs in the US, AT&T, Comcast, Verizon, and Time Warner Cable. And I said, what's their average revenue per user, ARPU? If that's a new word for you, it's a cool word, ARPU. The average revenue per user for them was $400 per year. And I said, okay, if you lose $400 times 650 customers, that's $260,000. That's pretty significant. That's actual money. But that's just sort of 1 year's look at it. What's the cost over time? Let's say you're going to use CGN for 5 years. So let's mark it out over those 5 years. What does it actually cost? Well, your CapEx, you're going to depreciate it over 5 years. Your OpEx, well, you have to keep paying your, and I did straight line depreciation. You can do, double down, whatever you want. OpEx, you still have to pay your support guys. You have to pay, cooling and power and all that. So that keeps going. Customer support calls, those problems probably only occur once. I mean, they'll probably only call you once about any given problem. So those probably stop or taper off for a given body of users after the first year. The real one that kills you is the lost customers who aren't paying you revenue for each of those 5 years. So that's really where it adds up. So the number I get to is a pretty shocking $1.5 million for every 10,000 users. That's $30 per user per year that CGN costs you, the total cost of ownership of CGN. And I just sort of was plugging in numbers, not when I was first working on this, plugging in numbers, not knowing where I was going to go. And I came out and I went, $30 per user per year. That's insane. And so then in the original presentation, I go back and I look at comparing that to your other alternatives like buying addresses. I think I'm going to come back to buying addresses. But if it's going to cost you $30 to run carrier grade NAT, and it's going to cost you $12 to buy an address, that might actually be a cheaper option, right? That's a really surprising conclusion for me to have reached. It was surprising to me, at least. All right, cost of running dual stack. So the way I got to this is somebody said, well, okay, so you keep talking about what it costs to do carrier grade NAT, what it costs to buy addresses. What does IPv6 cost? And I kept saying, look, it's totally different for everybody. There's no way to quantify it. And eventually, once I hear myself say it's impossible enough times, I try to think about how it could be done. And I finally said, all right, let's go ask some industry experts, what does it cost to run dual stack? And to deploy IPv6 and then to run a dual stack network. And the people I chose as my experts were the people who had written guidance documents at IETF. So the network operators who wrote wireline incremental IPv6, which I was a co-author on that one. There's a data center incremental implementation document. There's an enterprise incremental. I'm a co-author on that one too. And I asked all of the authors to tell me about what it was costing them, what kind of costs went into their deployment, and then what it cost them to operate the network. So again, 2 separate costs. What does it cost you to deploy IPv6? And then what does it cost you to operate a dual stack network that's separate from just operating a single stack network? So let's see if I can remember this. When I did this at Nanog, I gave percentages because that's all I had. And people said, That's not useful. You can't compare. 10% of what compared to $30 per user? That's not useful. Okay. So I went to say, for a content provider or a data center or a hosting provider, what's their average revenue per user and what percentage of their costs are affected by adding IPv6? So I asked my favorite search engine, what's the average revenue per user for content? And I got a couple of papers, and it ranged from $1.37 to $468 per user. Amazon apparently makes a lot of money per user. But there was a sweet spot, actually. There was sort of a density of numbers right around $40. Google and Yahoo and a couple of the other major search engine sort of standard content sites were right in the $38, $42 per user range. And I said, well, good. That seems like a good place to start. So if they're doing that, now let's take, say, $40 per user, average revenue per user for a content site. Then the content experts I spoke to said that it's probably your development costs are about 10 to 30% of, when you add IPv6, your development costs increase by 10 to 30%, depending on the kind of application you're doing and what, how low in the stack it's speaking, how creative it is, or if it's just using standard libraries and expects everything else to be at the network layer to be handled by other systems. So I looked at Google and Yahoo and a few other content providers' annual reports, and I said, well, what are their research and development costs? And a whole bunch of gazintas, and the gazoutas I came up with is it costs them $6 per user to add IPv6 support. Now, it's really hard to guess how many eyeballs, how many users a Google has. Papers that I said, though, made it look like a billion was a pretty good number. I like billions. Billions are nice round numbers. They've got lots of zeros and even a bunch of commas after them. I like that. So $6 per user. That's hard to believe that Google spent $6 billion. The cool thing is, what's at the bottom there? Capital expenditures are reduced if they're spread over a longer period of time. So you don't actually have to go write a check for $6 billion to deploy V6 if you can stretch it out over 5 years. And then you sort of roll it into incremental work with all the normal work you're doing. I also, one of the things that the content folks kept coming back to me with was the security devices are expensive, and there's still cost out there. This was a really hard one to quantify how many boxes need to be replaced. A lot of this is in fact hardware, and it seems like security appliances have been an area that's been lagging in IPv6 support, where everything else has taken longer than any of us wanted. They've taken even longer. So I get to about $7 per user to deploy IPv6 if you're a content or a web hoster. Hang on a second. So then I looked at ISP costs. And the first one, the biggest one for ISPs was clearly CPE. That's the one that for any ISP that provides any equipment to the customer premise, replacing that equipment with something that supports V6 is clearly a significant cost. What I tended to find is they run between $30 and $90 depending on the ISP and what device you're buying and whether it's a combo device that does a whole bunch of different things or it's a single device. So I kind of went in at $50, but then again, but $50, you don't have to, most ISPs are finding that they don't have to replace all of their devices. They need to replace anything that's more than 4, 5, 6 years old, but anything after that is at least software upgradable to support IPv6, so no capital is required. So that's the significant cost for ISPs. And that's been borne out by conversations with a lot of different ISPs that whether that's exactly the right number, your number, again, may vary, but there's definitely, that's the significant part of the cost. A lot of people kept coming back to me and said, Lee, you haven't paid attention to the training cost. The training is a major expense for an ISP in their deployment of IPv6. And I had to agree that it seemed like we spent dozens of hours putting together training programs for our staff. And then, of course, our NOC and support staff had to spend some time, each of them, going through the training that we had put together. And yet, when I multiplied the number of hours we spent building the training and performing the training and paying people to be in training and divided by the number of users, it didn't come out to a significant number. And I did try to do the same kind of number for a variety, for a bunch of different kinds of ISPs. And I still kept coming back down to, even a small ISP with just a couple thousand users isn't going to send 5 people to 4-day IPv6 training. That's not the way this works. They're going to spend a couple of hours reading a couple of RFCs or maybe some time on getipv6.info, some of the wikis. You get remarkably smart on IPv6 with just 2 hours of reading. It's amazing how fast you can get to really pretty good. After that, then of course incremental, there's a long tail. You never become an expert because the technology keeps changing. So the per user cost for training turned out not to be as big as I had feared. And then for consumer electronics, 3 stages, three different segments of the industry that need to be supporting IPv6, content, network, and client. So consumer electronics, that was actually turned out to be fairly easy because nobody would talk to me. So every time I call somebody or try to look up somebody's phone number at Sony or Samsung or any of the major electronics manufacturers, I get silence. So I said, all right, well, how many coders do they have? How many people do they have who are aware of the network stack on each device that they do? 2, right? It can't be that many, right, who are aware of the network stack. So let's say it takes, let's say for a company that ships 1 million units of some device, they've got 2 full-time programmers that their fully loaded salary cost is $150,000 each. So $300,000 divided by 1 million, boom, 30 cents per device. That's how I got there. Is it real? Somebody give me some real information and I'll report it. That's kind of what I know right now. So the operations costs. I had to make up a new acronym here. So for content, their deployment cost was, when I went into the deployment cost, I said it cost $6 per user because it was 10 to 30% of their R&D costs. So that's what I added in here. It's still $6, it's 10 to 30% of their application development cost. So $6 per user per year, or poopy. I'm hoping that catches on. Yes, I have children. So to operate the network, though, not that much more expensive. So 20. If we guess, so if you look at the entire body of operating expenses that a content provider has, maybe 20% is related to things that are affected by IPv6. Clearly, your power, your cooling, your plant, even your hardware acquisition, people doing rack and stack. All those are OpEx. None of those are affected by IPv6. Only things that are affected by the IP layer, and maybe the layer below and above, which should be affected by IPv6. Therefore, let's say that 20% of their OpEx is affected by IPv6, and it just doesn't increase that much. I mean, basically, if you're already running IPv4 and you add IPv6 on top of it, then to operate that network, it's once you've done a ping 6, you do a ping, and you prove that the network's back working again, right? You like the way that I chose ping 6 before ping, right? That's because that's the way you're going to do your troubleshooting. So okay, so it's $0.08, 8 cents per user per year. Really not significant to increased in cost to operate that network. ISPs. What I looked at here was the cost of the network engineering and maybe a QA department or a team, or maybe that's baked into your network engineering. Your operations folks, some of your applications and monitoring folks have to do additional work. Every time you release a new box, you have to test all of the features in IPv4 and IPv6. So there's a little bit of incremental cost, right? You have to test a little bit more. Now, honestly, once you've set up a lab to test a box, the hard part is getting everything plugged in, getting the base configurations, getting the base communication going. Running the same set of tests again for the other address family is not that big a deal. Maybe 10% of your time. It's just not that big a deal. So that's where we get to these kinds of numbers. Consumer electronics operating the network, once the box is shipped, it's gone. There's no cost there, right? Have you ever seen a consumer electronics box add IPv6 support after it's shipped? Please, somebody give me an example. That's what I was afraid of. Therefore, it's free because they don't do it. So, in summary, on this section, what will it cost to run dual stack? Well, it'll cost $7 per user for data center. Oh, I guess I want to go back. I did want to say, when I said content, that cost is in application development. For data centers and hosting, where they're not doing software development, their product is the data center or is the hosting service, not the content that's being provided, not application development, the costs are probably lower. If you're not doing software development as a core part of your business, it's probably not a big deal. So the development cost in that segment of that part of that segment is probably less. So for data center content, I was saying $7 per user to deploy and $6 per user per year. For ISPs, I said $20 to $25 per user. I rounded a little bit, and $7.50 per user per year. For the electronics, I said 30 cents per device, and 0 to support after that. Now I tried to err on the high end. When I talked to these experts, they'd give me things like 10 to 30% of costs will increase. And I said, maybe 20% of your OpEx will be affected by IPv6. I think all of those guesses are high. So I'm hoping that these are very high numbers. They seem to me to be erring on the high end. Of course, and as I said before, you can reduce these costs in your network by starting 4 years ago. That was a good idea. Hope you did that. And the operational cost is sort of what gets you, because that's recurring every year. So the way to reduce your cost of running a dual stack network is to run a single stack network on IPv6, of course. All right, now let's have some fireworks. So what's going to cost to buy IPv4 addresses? You saw this one. I explained it before. Same chart here. Again, this is not a demand curve. This is if all the addresses that were unrouted, underutilized, were pushed back into the RIRs and allocated at the same rate they were before, that's when we run out. All right, at what price would someone sell an IPv4 address? How many people in here have a degree in economics? Raise your hand. Good, okay. How many people here have taken Econ 101? Raise your hand. Okay, cover your ears. I've done some analysis. I have a paper that is in draft right now. It's actually in the hands of an economist, and then I'm going to put it in the hands of a better economist to make sure that it's making sense. So I've broken down the potential supply of IPv4 addresses into 4 tiers. The first tier is the RIRs. Of course, being a network engineer, I start numbering at 0. That's also where we are. So we're in tier 0, remaining address space from the RIRs, and it costs, depending on which RIR and what size member you are, somewhere between 3 cents and $4 per address, if you were to try and scale it that way. Okay. The number of addresses available as of 4 months ago, it's less now, of course, is about 144,000. It's probably down to more like 120,000 now because, of course, Aaron and LACNIC in particular keep giving away addresses. Tier 1 is unused addresses, and here I'm talking about the ones that when I grepped route views, I saw no entry for these blocks, and I literally went through every possible Class A and every possible Class B and grepped the route views database to see what was there. And I found about 480,000, about a half a billion addresses were not even routed, and that's after I subtracted out something like 7 or 8/8s that were government address space that I thought was unlikely, A, to ever be routed on the internet, and B, to ever come to a market, because the US government and the UK government aren't terribly well motivated by market forces. You can offer them $100 per address, they're probably not going to sell, right? It would take an act of Congress. You, as members of the community, can go to your RIR or your local congressperson. So the reason I've given $9 to $12 as the cost per address is because that is actually what we've seen so far in the market. Milton Mueller from Syracuse University did a paper documenting transactions that had been public and semi-public, and he'd seen address transactions ranging from 9 to 12. I've heard as low as 6, but that was a while ago. I've heard as high as 16, fairly recently in Asia. So somewhere in there, this seems to be the number at which an organization that holds addresses and isn't using them is willing to let them go, at least for now, at least some of them. It's important to say, though, that because the pricing is fairly opaque, This is the cost to get them out, to shake loose addresses. This is not necessarily the price, this is not at all the price that you would actually see on a market. There are several factors that go into calculating price. One of them is the expectation. What do you think you can get for your addresses? Well, this doesn't include somebody who thinks they can get $20 or $50 or $100 for their addresses. The underutilized space is address space where I looked at the legacy holders in particular, but in general, /16 address space. But I looked at an awful lot of address space and route views, and then I went and looked at whether they had additional address space. And here's my logic. Aaron's policy says that if you, as an end user organization, have used 50% of your addresses and are growing, you qualify for more address space. You have shown efficient utilization. So if you haven't used more than 50% of your addresses, you won't go get addresses. One could sort of infer then that there's a significant number of organizations out there that are under 50% utilization, because if they were over, they'd go get more addresses. So throw in some salt and say, okay, another 500 million addresses are underutilized, and an organization could potentially renumber into the top half or the bottom half of their address space and make the other half available to the market. And it would cost them a little bit of money to do that, and therefore their cost to shake loose that address space and introduce it to the market would be a little bit higher. So a few dollars. And I've got some guesses about how much work it would be and what it takes. A lot of the costs, frankly, for Tier 1 and Tier 2 are actually the costs that Mr. Lee in particular was talking about, that are, it's a lot of work to document the addresses for a transfer, to make sure that the records at Aaron are up to date, to make everybody feel secure that the addresses they think they're getting are going to be worth using, that they're gettable. So the additional costs to renumber a little bit to make them available don't increase that much until you get to what I'm calling Tier 3. Tier 3 would be where IPv4 addresses are substitutable. That is to say, you could use CGN or IPv6 instead of IPv4. This is kind of funny space now, because if you say, and this is again, came up in the panel here, if you say address space is, we've got 65,000 addresses, but they're all assigned to individual computers in our network, we need to renumber. Now again, we probably are only using half of them, or else we might have more addresses. So we need to renumber half of our address space to get us down to using only 500 addresses, and then we can sell off the rest. That renumbering is actually going to take significant work. Now I've talked to a bunch of different brokers, and they've heard numbers between $1 to $3 per host to renumber. So that cost per se is not that expensive. What's really expensive is convincing the CIO to drop whatever else he's doing and put staff on renumbering computers. And he has to be pretty confident that the money he's going to get is going to buy him a Bentley, and not just be a few more dollars to go into the overall budget. So I expect that's going to generate some conversation, because nobody's ever seen that before. One economist has seen that. So that was a guess as to what it would cost, again, to shake loose addresses. That's not what the price is going to be. Here, I'm trying to make a little bit, this is even more crystal ball territory. So what's it really going to cost? So I've got the cost, which is what I said before, not the same as price. Now let's pretend that our supply curve, now again, you map a supply curve by saying at various price points, more addresses will become available. So that's what the previous slide said, is when the price increases, then Tier 2 addresses will become available. When the price increases more, Tier 3 addresses will become available to the market. That doesn't necessarily mean there are buyers. That's when you draw the demand curve. Okay, so here I've taken the two previous slides and superimposed them and said, if demand is this high and the buyers are completely price insensitive and will pay whatever the market is at that time, then that's the rate at which prices increase. Fairly flat in 2013, fairly flat in 2014. Oh my gosh, Aaron runs out of addresses, and there's a run on the bank because Tier 0 is gone, and wow, Tier 1 doesn't last very long. Tier 1 actually depletes, I think I said before, very quickly in about a year, year and a half. I mean, it's between 2014 and 2015, and all that 500 million is out of there. And then you start to eat into the the tier 2 and tier 3 address space. And the next thing you know, it's 2017, and anybody who has an address can sell it for anything they want to, except that by 2017, nobody's going to be buying addresses because they'll say, forget this, it's cheaper to do CGN at $30 per user, except I'm losing users, so you know what? The heck with the whole transaction thing, we're doing IPv6. Whew. So, resolutions. What will it cost to use carrier grade NAT? I say $30 per user per year. What will it cost to run dual stack? If you're an ISP, it costs $750 per user per year. If you're a content provider, it's $6 per user per year. If you want to buy addresses, it's at least $9 to $20 until 2017. It could even be significantly higher than that. That's the bottom price. I expect it to be higher than that. How can you reduce your costs? There's really only one answer, and I've said it several times. Who wants to say what the answer is to reduce your costs? Owen does. What is that? IPv6. I need an adverb, please. IPv6 only. Running dual stack does not reduce your costs of running dual stack. The only way to reduce your cost of running dual stack is single stack IPv6. I would love to entertain some discussion in the negative minute I have.
Since you work for Time Warner, how's the dual stack rollout going?
I was hoping to have some great news to announce today. We have about 98,000 customers actually running IPv6. Those are customers who have successfully gotten a DHCP-v6 lease, and so they are capable of using IPv6. Obviously, not all customers have equipment that supports IPv6, DHCP-v6, so it's been rolled out to many more customers than that. Anybody here from the press? I think I can say that.
By the way.
Oh, never mind. I have reason to believe that we will be further accelerating our IPv6 deployment.
So for your dual stack numbers, curious, eventually you're going to run out of IPv4 space.
Yeah.
So to be dual stacked, you're going to also have to go buy space. So your dual stack numbers actually will escalate once tier 0 is gone.
I did indeed sort of gloss over the fact that that these numbers are combinatory. So the cost of running dual stack plus the cost of CGN or the cost of buying addresses. And yes, you get to put them both together.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, should we spend more money or more money? Let's do both.
I'll bite. If the economics, you said we had to ignore anything we might have known about economics, so I'll do that. Okay, and we'll accept the forecasts, although there's room for discussion.
Okay.
If that's the case, what's the barrier?
Well, right,
because most companies are motivated by business case, and if those are the numbers, what is keeping companies from doing this like yesterday?
Doing which? Buying addresses or deploying v6?
Deploying single stack v6 like now.
I would guess that, deploying single stack v6, that's a fascinating question, because if you go single stack v6 now, you lose some number of subscribers because they can't get to the content that they want to get to, much like in carrier grade NAT. Unfortunately, it's more like Cisco has a fascinating statistics page where they show the relative deployment of IPv6 content. They weight it by how many quad A queries. So they take the number of quad A queries they get for any given site, and then check whether that quad A query has a v6 capable website associated with it. So therefore, the Alexa top 1 website is weighted a lot higher than the Alexa 50 and a lot higher. So it's a really interesting sort of way to do a Pareto distribution of v6 availability. By that measurement, they say that 46% of content in the US is available over IPv6 now. Now, you can also say, gee, but that's only 4 of the top 20 websites. Yeah, but it's 46% of what people want to get to. Sorry, so in answer to your question, the people still want to get to the other 50%. How do you get them there? And unfortunately, I would say, if you want to get either you lose them, do you lose half your customers, or do you lose all your customers because they can't get 50% of the content? I don't know. It's a risky proposition. One way to hedge that proposition is deploy NAT 6.4, but that looks an awful lot like carrier grade NAT again.
When you were thinking about the cost here in regards to carrier grade NAT, dual stack, and IPv6 or single stack v6, whichever you want to look at, I didn't see any numbers included in there in regards to back office systems and the expense involved with developing systems to keep track of all that, be it for carrier grade NAT purposes, logging, CALIA, that type of thing, or just keeping track of your v6 users and how you administer that.
I did indeed neglect to say, but I did include some money for logging systems and maybe additional development of provisioning systems in the CGN case. I didn't say it, but when I did the math, I included an allowance there. I did assume that you would be doing some kind of deterministic CGN or bulk port assignment or something to minimize your logging, not a single log entry for every single TCP or TCP session, right? Because that kind of logging changes the scale significantly. I also included an allowance for systems development in the IPv6 deployment numbers. I just sort of baked it into all the rest of the deployment that needs to be done. And because it turns out to be, from the way I looked at it, roughly the same whether you do in-house development, labor hours, or you buy a COTS tool that costs a little extra, or you have to pay extra licensing. Don't pay extra licensing for tools for v6. But if you did have to, the costs are about the same.
So when you were factoring extra money for predefined ranges of ports and whatnot, did you factor in extra customer loss for the port limitations that get applied there and the non-expandability of port range?
No, I didn't. And the number of, there's a very reasonable question about, I have another spreadsheet coming up, proposed for NANOG, we'll see if it goes, where I include a fractional address as part of the cost of CGN. And then the question is, how many users are you putting behind that address? And so that would go directly to how many ports per user is how many users per address. And so you can do that math that way. So the question is, how many users do you lose because you didn't give them enough ports? I haven't seen a lot of data on this. I've seen a little bit at the V6 World Congress a few weeks ago that says something like 98, 99% of users are fine at 2,000 ports, I think it was. Maybe it was even higher than that. So, and the deterministic CGN also includes an allowance for if a user tries to use more ports than they have available, more ports will, another chunk of ports will get assigned to them. So no, I didn't include an allowance for that because it seemed like it was way down in the margins. Give me the hook. You better, because I'll have to keep talking. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. So that's going to bring us to the last presentation here. I'm going to bring up Richard Jimison and Paul Brigner from ISOC to talk about what's going on at ISOC and how to get involved.
Thank you very much. My name is Richard Jimerson. I'm with the Internet Society staff. And Paul and I are going to share this presentation. We're only going to take a couple of minutes. I want to let you know what the Internet Society is up to and how you can get involved and participate with what we're doing. And before I get started, I want to let you know right at the end of our presentation, we're going to do a raffle for the iPad mini. And all you need for an entry form for that is if you just take a business card or you write your name down on a little piece of paper or something like that. When Paul comes up and starts his portion of the presentation, I'm going to come around, I'm just going to collect those. And when Paul's done presenting, we're just going to pull one out, and somebody in this room will win the iPad mini. So let me get started. Can you see my slides up there from this? Or let me try it again here. There we go. All right, excellent. So just a bit about the Internet Society. Many of you probably haven't been introduced to the Internet Society yet. How many people here have actually been to an Internet Society event or are familiar with the Internet Society before you came in the room today? Raise your hand. So at least half the room is not familiar with the Internet Society. So I want to tell you a little bit about us. We are a nonprofit organization. We are global. We've got a staff of about 80 people, and they're all over the world. We have 3 offices. We have an office in Reston, Virginia. We have an office in Geneva, Switzerland, and we have an office in Singapore. And we have regional bureaus all throughout the world, on basically one per continent. And we have chapters all over the world. But our mission at the Internet Society is to promote the open development, evolution, and use of the Internet for the benefit of all people throughout the world. And we do that through some programs that we actually implement. We've been doing this for about 20 years. We just celebrated our 20-year anniversary this year. Our strategic objectives inside the organization is to foster an open and innovative and trusted Internet worldwide, to advance policies and strategies that strengthen the Internet's growth and evolution, to enable a vibrant and vital global community, to advance the Internet's future, and to empower people through unencumbered Internet use. We are all about a permission-free Internet that continues to grow and that eventually gets all of us online one day. We're not even close yet. There are a few billion people left to get online. So this is how we work. We have several different types of programs inside the organization. We have policy programs. We have a public policy team inside the organization, and they're very involved in what's going on inside the Internet governance space, what's going on inside regions, and what's also going on internationally, for instance, at the ITU. The Internet Society has a very, very strong public policy team. We also do development work. Around the globe, Internet's not the same as it is here in the United States, where we are today. There are several countries around the world that don't even have an exchange point inside their borders. So some of the activities that we engage in places like Africa or certain parts of South America or Southeast Asia, certain parts of Europe, is we actually go out and we do things that help the development of the Internet. We help communities start exchange points. We help communities with their training on how to actually build out networks. And we actually speak to governments about what the regulatory environment's like in other places in the world that fosters growth of the Internet. We do those types of things. And we also do technology work. And I'm going to focus in a little bit on some of the technology work that we do inside the Internet Society organization. One of the things, we are the organizational home of the Internet Engineering Task Force. Now, we provide support to the IETF. We are not the IETF in any way, but we simply provide support to the operations of the IETF, where the Internet's standards are made. And we've been doing that for a very long time. We promote open standards, and we have an open stand initiative that's currently active right now that you can go find by going to the Internet Society website that looks forward into the future and sees the world continuing to use open standards to move away from the temptation to move into a walled garden stance or something like that. So there's some great work there. We engage with stakeholders all over the world through events like this one. We have other types of meeting series, and we're constantly doing roundtables and reaching out to the technology community. And we have a program named Deploy 360 that's pertinent to what's going on here this week with the topic of IPv6, and I'm going to describe that just a little bit. But first, one of the more recent things that we've done in the technology space that you might be familiar with were the World IPv6 Day events and the World IPv6 launch events over the last 2 years. Now, I do need to say that the Internet Society did not make these things happen. It's actually the operators and the content companies and the other organizations that participated over the years that made this happen. The Internet Society was simply a convener, a facilitator of this type of activity, and we helped those organizations come together and actually make that happen. So when you went through World IPv6 Day and you went through World IPv6 launch, it was those organizations that were participating that actually made all of that happen. And all we did is tie it together a little bit as a facilitator organization, and that's it. But you can see this type of work in the future coming from the Internet Society as well, so please keep your eyes open in that space. Another thing that we're doing is rather new. It just started last year. It's the Internet Society Deploy 360 program. So the Internet Society had gone around and talked to people all over the world about what's taking all the time with IPv6 and things like DNS security extensions. Why aren't those getting deployed? And we got some very interesting answers. But we also talked to people that had made the decision to move forward and actually deploy those technologies, where they were getting their information. And the most common answer that we got, if we asked the question IPv6, if you've never been exposed to IPv6 and you're going to deploy that for the very first time, what is it that you're going to do to get the information that you need? And the most common answer was, I go to a search engine and I type in learn IPv6. So we went and we started doing that ourselves, and it was quite interesting. When you go and you type in learn IPv6 into a search engine, you get millions of answers. And on the first couple pages of answers, you get information sometimes that's not only unhelpful, but that could damage your business if you follow that advice. Not because the information wasn't good when it was put there, but because it was published 11 and 12 years ago, and it no longer applies to the way people are doing deployments today. So one of the things that we decided to do at the Internet Society is to put up a portal that actually would help people with gaining information about their deployments in new technologies or technologies that were new to them. The audience of this is not internet service providers and content companies and enterprises that go to NADOG meetings or that go to the event that's happening over the next 2 days or that go to the IETF. They already know where to get this information. But when you think of everyone else, small providers, medium-sized providers, smaller enterprises, and about where they get their information, we are providing this for them primarily. So we've got 3 topics that we're covering there right now. One of them is IPv6. One of them is DNS security extensions, and the other one is routing. We're talking about routing resiliency and routing security. We just added that topic over the last couple of months. We have roadmaps for each of these technology topics, and we're actively working with professionals inside the industry to gain information from them and publish it here in this completely open space. There's no paywall here. You don't have to be a member of the Internet Society to access it. It's open for everyone. And we're reaching a point where we have enough content where we're actually going to go in and start translating this into other languages as well. So if you're one of the folks that are going to do your deployment for the first time, or if you know people that need information, need a source of information, please include this resource amongst some of the other ones that you know of, like from the regional internet registries and some other entities. Some other areas of work that we're getting ready to do inside the technology space from this program. I talked to you about what we were doing with Deploy 360, but we're also looking for ways to improve operational feedback to the IETF. So what I just talked about with Deploy 360 was going from the IETF to smaller and medium-sized operators or enterprises. You know, instead of having to go dig for all of the RFCs, here's a resource where you can just grab the information and go get started. We're also looking for ways to improve the information that's going from the operators back into the IETF to help inform the standards process. And we're also looking to an operator-to-operator piece of work, and we're exploring the idea of creating a global repository for best current operational practices. That's work that's already taking place in some of the regions, including here in North America. There's a North American project that's very active, and in fact, Chris Grundeman is one of the leaders inside of that project right now. But what we're looking to do is create a global repository that takes information from the regional level, promotes it globally, and translates it into other languages to make it useful worldwide. Jan Zors of the Internet Society is actually leading that project for ISOC, and he will be giving a presentation tomorrow describing this in more detail on the program agenda at the summit. So please show up for that and hear what we have to say there. And with that, I'm going to invite my friend and colleague, Paul Brigner, to come up for the remainder of their presentation, and I'm going to start collecting some of your business cards and pieces of paper with your name on it.
Thank you, Richard. That's outstanding. And this has been an outstanding program. So I'm Paul Brigner, the Regional Bureau Director for North America for the Internet Society. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what the regional bureaus do and the activities that go on in the North American region for the Internet Society. So as you can see on the map, we have 5 regional bureaus, and they all work with their chapters and their members in their region to really focus on the issues that are important in those areas, and they are different, and I think it's very important that we are regional and that we do address the differences in the internet around the world. So, okay, next slide, I'm sorry. So membership, this gives you an idea about our membership with the size of it. We have more than 55,000 individual members, 92 global chapters, 130 organizational members. And if I have only one ask for you today, it is that if you are not already a member of the Internet Society, you really should join. I hope that you will join. You can be either a supporting member, or there's a free category of membership, and you can be a member of the global organization, or you can be a member of a chapter. There's all sorts of options for you. And obviously, this production today is a joint production with the ISOC Colorado chapter and the North American Regional Bureau. And as you've heard, it's the INET. We put on a few of these each year. So this is the kind of activity that, as a member and a member of a chapter, you could be involved in. So please do get engaged. So chapters play a key role. I've already mentioned it today with this INET, but this gives you just some of the activities: educational events, public policy issue advocacy, network events, engaging and energizing members through a common goal and vision, and technical workshop and training classes. So hopefully you're getting a feel for maybe all of that today, but different chapters do have different areas of focus. So we have some very active chapters aside from the Colorado chapter. We have a very active chapter in New York. We have one in DC, San Francisco, 2 in Canada, and they all have kind of a unique purpose that they define. Chapters are actually independent nonprofit organizations that set their mission that is consistent with the Internet Society's global mission and vision. So chapters really do play a very important role in making sure that the local issues, the very local issues, are addressed, and it's a great way to engage. So just to wrap up, we do want you to be involved. I'll repeat my request: become a member of the Internet Society, internetsociety.org. It's very simple there to join. I want to thank the Colorado chapter today for working with me to put on this event. They really did. This is the easiest INET I've ever had to work on, because they really just put the thing together so well, and did so. Chris, Augie, others in the chapter, it's just been a pleasure to work with you on this. I hope you all have enjoyed this event today. I think that it's been fabulous content that is going to be available on an archive. So if you want to refer any of your colleagues to it, we're going to make it available on both live stream, and then we'll clean it up a little bit. It'll be available on YouTube. So please refer people to look at the archive. And the day is not over, because now that we've had all this talking, it's of course time for cocktails and refreshments and networking. We have a very nice networking event just down the hall, all the way down the hall, and I hope you all will come to that. And the final thing I have to say, and I have to make some other thank yous, is to thank Richard Jimerson. Richard, with his Deploy 360 program and all the content he brought and the support he brought to this, was just wonderful. Again, so helpful. And Nicole Armstrong from the Internet Society staff was also very helpful in pulling this together. So that's it. I want to thank you again for being here, and I look forward to your engagement in the Internet Society. So Chris, do you have any wrap-up comments? Oh, the iPad. I have
Yeah.
mine. Yep.
So Richard, if you want to come up, we'll give away the iPad here.
So anyone in the room is eligible to win. You have to be in the room. Did anyone not get their entry in? Okay, we got one more entry. And is that it? Okay. Last call.
Now, so this needs to be put on top. You're going to drop it on top. I'm going to squish them around.
The only people not eligible to win are the staff from the Internet Society in our room. If you're with the Colorado chapter, you are eligible to win. And I'm going to mix this up, and I'm going to ask Chris from the Colorado chapter to kind of stick his hand in here and pick who the winner is, okay? All right, Chris. And the winner of the iPad, if you're in the room, is Carl Putland. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There you go. Absolutely. Thank you.
Great presentation too. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
You want a picture, Paul, or?
No, it's okay.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. All right. Again, I just want to thank everybody again for coming in. I want to thank our speakers, and maybe just give one more round of applause to everybody, all of you for showing up, and our speakers as well. I think this was a really good event, and I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. And with that, there's drinks and other things waiting for us outside, so let's go enjoy that. Thanks again, everyone.